Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Forest of Shifting Paths, When Nature Rewrites Reality. The forest smelled like damp earth and pine sap, thick and sharp in the cool morning air. I hadn't meant to wander so far. That was the problem. I'd left the trail behind almost without noticing, distracted by the way the sun flickered through the leaves, casting patches of gold on the mossy ground. I was chasing a thought, or maybe just trying to forget the noise of the city, the endless chatter in my head. It was supposed to be just a quick hike, a day to clear my head. I had my backpack, water bottle half full, and a map that felt more like a formality than a guide. I'd hiked here before. I knew the terrain. Or I thought I did. The first sign that something was off was the way the trees seemed to crowd in closer as I walked. It started subtly, a branch brushing my arm where before there had been empty space, roots rising like veins across the path. The trail underfoot, once solid dirt and scattered stones, began to feel softer, almost spongy. I glanced down, squinting. The markers I'd been following were nowhere to be found. I tried to convince myself I'd just missed a turn, but the truth was, the map didn't match what I saw. The landmarks were wrong. A large oak that should have stood to my left was gone. In its place, a cluster of thin birches I didn't recognize. The sun was higher now, and the light was fading beneath a thick canopy that I was sure hadn't been that dense earlier. The forest wasn't the same forest anymore. I stopped, breathing heavily, the dampness chilling my neck despite the steady warmth of early afternoon. Probably just a wrong turn, I muttered, voice low, like saying it out loud would make the forest less strange. But the words felt hollow, nothing more than an attempt to hold on to reason. I wanted to believe the path would reappear, that I'd find my way back to the car by evening. I really did. But the deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to rearrange itself, not physically, of course. Trees don't walk. But the way it felt was like the whole place was shifting, folding in on itself. I tried to retrace my steps. The ground was soft here, and I bent down to look for footprints or broken twigs, anything. But the earth was undisturbed, as if no one had passed through in weeks. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a jay. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry, a roughness creeping in that I hadn't noticed before. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not surprising, but it still hit me with a jolt. Alone. No way to ask for help. I shoved the device back into my jacket, the plastic cold against my fingers. There was a snap nearby, sharp and sudden. I froze. My eyes darted toward the source, a pile of leaves trembling under a cluster of branches. Nothing moved, but the hairs on my arms prickled. I told myself it was probably a squirrel or a bird. Maybe a deer. The forest was full of small animals, but that didn't stop the tightness in my chest from growing. My hands trembled slightly as I brushed dirt from my jeans. I kept walking, slower now. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, roots twisting and weaving like the veins of some giant beast. I stumbled once, catching myself on a rough bark. The bark was coarse against my palms, its texture uneven and cold. It grounded me, the roughness a strange comfort. I thought about turning back, but where was back? The path had vanished. And with it, any sense of direction. Every tree looked similar, gnarled trunks, patchy bark, dark green needles high above. The forest swallowed the light, and shadows stretched longer as the sun dipped toward the horizon. I found a clearing and sank down on a mossy rock, trying to steady my breathing. The air was thick with the scent of wet leaves and something faintly metallic, like iron rust. I wrung my hands, fingers numb from the chill. My stomach growled, sharp and insistent. I hadn't eaten since morning. I pulled out the small granola bar I'd packed, biting into the dry crumbs with less appetite than I expected. Okay, I whispered to myself, voice cracking. You just got turned around. You'll find the trail. But I wasn't sure if I believed it. The forest around me felt too quiet. Too still. The usual sounds of twigs snapping underfoot, birds flitting between branches, it was all there, but somehow muted. As if the forest were holding back. I looked up, scanning the edges of the clearing. A strange sensation settled in the pit of my stomach, cold and slow. The trees seemed farther away than they should be, but at the same time, closer, like they were leaning in, watching. I stood, brushing moss from my pants, and took a few tentative steps toward what I hoped was the way out. But the forest didn't cooperate. The path I thought I saw dissolved beneath my feet, swallowed by roots and underbrush. I stopped again, heart racing. The sun was nearly gone now, the sky folding into shades of gray and blue. I wasn't lost yet. Not really. That's what I told myself. But there was a flicker of doubt I couldn't shake, a whisper in the back of my mind that maybe this forest wasn't just a place. Maybe it was something else entirely, a trap, but not one made of ropes or chains. I shook my head, trying to clear the thought. I had to find shelter before dark. The forest was no place to be caught in the cold. I scanned the horizon, looking for anything familiar. Then I saw it. A shape, a cabin. It looked like a cabin, half hidden behind a thick wall of evergreens. The sight was almost a relief, but the closer I moved, the more uncertain I became. The windows were dark, and the door hummed slightly ajar, creaking softly in the growing wind. I paused at the edge of the clearing, the forest pressing in behind me. A distant dog barked once, sharp and lonely, then silence. Complete silence. I didn't know what I was feeling. Relief? Fear? Maybe both. I took a deep breath, the cold air filling my lungs, and stepped forward. The forest waited. I stood at the edge of the clearing, staring at the cabin, heart hammering in a way that didn't feel normal. The wind picked up, rattling the loose door with a slow, groaning creak. A stray leaf skittered across the ground like a whisper, and I swallowed hard. My hands trembled, not from the cold alone. I told myself to breathe, to keep calm. I stepped forward, one cautious foot in front of the other, the dry leaves crunching underfoot. The air smelled damp, musty wood, old smoke, something faintly metallic underneath that I couldn't place. As I reached the porch, the creaking stopped. Silence again. Too quiet. I glanced back toward the forest. The trees stood still, like they were watching, waiting. It was hard to tell where the cabin ended and the forest began. The shadows were thickening, spreading across the clearing like ink. I pushed the door a little wider. It protested with a slow, dragging sound that made my stomach twist. Inside, the cabin was dark and cold, empty except for a few broken chairs and a table scarred with scratches. The floorboards groaned under my weight. Dust floated in the fading light, hanging in the air like tiny ghosts. I moved deeper, eyes adjusting, searching for anything useful: food, water, a phone, a map. Nothing. Just the stale smell of wood rot and something off. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air, sharper now, and I realized it was blood. But there was no obvious source, no stains or puddles, only a faint, lingering trace that made the back of my neck prickle. Then I heard it, a soft shuffle from the corner of the room, like fabric brushing against wood. I froze, breath caught in my throat. "Hello?" I whispered, voice barely more than a sigh. No answer. The shadows remained motionless. Maybe it was only the wind playing tricks. I forced myself to move toward the noise, each step feeling heavier than the last. In the far corner, a bundle of clothes lay crumpled, dusty and torn. I pulled them aside with trembling fingers and found a journal, its leather cover cracked and worn. I flipped it open. The pages were filled with messy, hurried handwriting, notes, dates, sketches of the forest. Some entries were hard to read, others chillingly clear. Day 5, paths vanish. Trees close in. Cannot trust landmarks. They watch. Day 8, found the cabin. Door open. No one inside. Hunger is gnawing. The forest doesn't let me go. The entries stopped abruptly. No signature, no name. Just the final, scrawled line, if you find this, don't follow me. A cold sweat broke out across my skin. That word, they reverberated in my mind. Who were they? The forest? I didn't believe in ghosts or monsters, but the idea of being watched, hunted even, felt suddenly real. I shoved the journal into my backpack and stepped back toward the door. The sky was a bruised purple now, the last light slipping behind the trees. I needed to find shelter before dark, and this cabin, whatever it was the only option. Outside, the forest had shifted. The path I'd taken to the clearing was gone, swallowed by thick underbrush and tangled roots. The trees seemed to press closer, their branches like fingers blocking any route back. I tried to remember the way, but the landmarks were wrong. The same rock was now a tree stump, the mossy log replaced by bare earth. My breath came out in ragged puffs. No, I muttered. It can't be. But it was. The forest was changing, rearranging itself like a puzzle I wasn't meant to solve. I turned back to the cabin, heart pounding. Inside, I found a rusted metal box tucked beneath the table. It was heavy and locked with a simple latch, but the latch had no lock, just stuck tight from rust. After a few moments of wrestling, it popped open, revealing a small stash of canned food and a half-empty water bottle. I grabbed the supplies greedily, the taste of metal and dust lingering on the can's rim as I drank. As I sat there, hunger gnawing at my insides, I heard something else, a faint, rhythmic tapping from outside. Not the wind. Something deliberate. I stood and pressed my ear to the wall, trying to place the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones in the growing darkness. The tapping was steady, almost like a code, coming from the far side of the cabin, where a narrow window was cracked open just enough to let in a sliver of moonlight. My skin crawled. I wasn't alone. I backed away slowly. The journal slipped from my grasp, pages fluttering open to a sketch of the cabin and surrounding trees, with strange marks, lines, and items that seemed to shift position every time I looked away. A sudden crack from outside made me jump. A branch snapped underfoot. Then silence. The air grew colder. Shadows lengthened into shapes that didn't belong. The forest wasn't just rearranging itself, it was watching me, hurting me, trapping me. I needed a plan. I couldn't stay in the cabin forever, but leaving meant stepping into that shifting maze again. Hunger was a dull roar in my belly, and the cold was a slow burn across my skin. I sat back down, clutching the journal, and started to make notes, times, landmarks, sounds, patterns. I had to understand the forest's game before it was too late. Outside, the tapping resumed, soft, insistent, like someone waiting for me to answer. I debated shouting, calling out. But what if they weren't friendly? What if the watchers were human? Or worse, what if they were just shadows waiting to close in? The night deepened, and with it, the sense that this was only the beginning. The forest wasn't just a place to get lost in. It was a trap, yes. But who built it, and why? I had no idea. And as the tapping turned into a slow, deliberate rhythm, I realized the forest was no longer just rearranging itself. It was communicating, waiting for me to respond. The tapping didn't stop. I swallowed hard, my throat dry and scratchy. The journal lay open on my lap, the pages dog-eared and smudged with sweat and dirt. I'd been scribbling notes, trying to map the impossible shifts in the forest, but the patterns were maddeningly inconsistent. Paths I'd marked as clear vanished overnight. Trees that had stood a few feet apart now pressed against each other like old friends whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. Landmarks I thought I recognized twisted into new shapes by morning. It was as if the forest was a living maze designed to trap me in its heart forever. I wanted to call out, to say something, anything, to whoever was out there. But my voice caught in my throat, brittle and uncertain. The idea of human watchers was the worst. Not because I feared violence. No, it was the waiting, the watching that gnawed me, the feeling that I was prey in a game I didn't understand. The tapping was deliberate, almost expectant, like a summons. I cleared my throat, then whispered, "Hello?" The word felt absurd, swallowed by the thick silence. No reply. Just the tapping again, slower this time. A pattern. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, pause, 1 knock. Morse code? I didn't know, and I barely wanted to find out. My hands trembled, a cold sweat slicking my palms. I closed the journal, shoving it aside, and moved to the door. The cold seeped under the cracks, biting at my ankles and knees. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening. The tapping was coming from the far side, near the back porch that sagged under the weight of years and neglect. A sudden breeze rustled the dead leaves outside, carrying the faint but distinct scent of wood smoke, maybe from a fire pit or a lantern. Someone had been here. Someone was close. I stepped back, my heart hammering against my ribs like a frantic drummer. Panic flickered, but I shoved it down. I had to keep thinking. If these watchers were human, they might not be friendly. But maybe they weren't all enemies. Maybe one of them was desperate, just like me. The thought was a thin thread of hope, fragile and shaky. I sat down again, pulling my knees to my chest. The cold was a slow burn now, creeping through my layers. Hunger gnawed at me, dull and relentless. I hadn't eaten in what felt like days. The last berries I found were bitter and left a dry taste in my mouth. I licked my cracked lips, tasting the stale residue of my own fear. I needed to move. I needed to find a way out. Then I heard it, a voice. Low, gravelly, barely a whisper carried on the wind. "Hey!" My breath caught. I scrambled to the window, peering out. The faint glow of a flashlight flickered behind the trees, moving closer, slow and cautious. I pulled back, heart racing, mind spinning. Was this a rescue? Or something worse? "Please," the voice said again, more insistent. "I'm not going to hurt you." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to run, to disappear into the shifting woods before whoever was out there could get closer. But another part, a smaller, desperate voice inside, wanted to believe. "Who are you?" I whispered back, barely louder than the wind. A pause. Then the flashlight bobbed in the darkness. "Name's Carl. I've been out here a while. You're not the only one lost." Lost? Of course. I should have guessed. I wasn't imagining it. There were others trapped in this endless maze, people caught in the same cruel game. The thought was both a relief and a fresh terror. If Carl was lost, then what chance did I have? "Where are you?" I asked, voice trembling. Not far, he said. I can see the cabin. I've been watching, waiting. Thought maybe you were like me, trapped. Trying to figure this place out. Trapped. The word echoed in my mind, heavy and suffocating. The forest wasn't just a trap. It was a prison. And I was inside the walls. I swallowed again, then said, I don't know how to get out. The paths keep changing. Me neither, Carl replied. But I've been marking trees. Signs. Symbols carved into bark. Maybe we can find a pattern together. Hope sparked. A plan. Maybe not a rescue, but something to hold on to. I moved to the door, pressing my ear again. The tapping had stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then tapping resumed, this time not on the cabin, but on the porch steps. Slow, deliberate. 3 knocks. I opened the door a crack, just enough to see the dim beam of the flashlight and a face rugged, lined, eyes sharp and tired but not hostile. Hi, he said, voice low. I'm serious. We need to stick together. I hesitated. The cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles crushed underfoot. My fingers tightened on the doorframe. All right, I said finally. But no tricks. Carl nodded, stepping inside. The cabin felt smaller with another person in it, the shadows deeper somehow. He sat across from me, pulling a crumpled map from his jacket. Look at this, he said, spreading it on the floor. It's old, but it matches some of what I've seen. The forest isn't random. It's deliberate. Deliberate? I echoed, tracing the faded lines with my finger. Yeah. Someone knows how to control it, or at least influence it. I think it's a logging company. A logging company? That didn't make sense at first. But then he explained. They've got contracts on these woods. They come in, clear-cut sections, then leave. The forest regrows, but they set it up so no one can find their way out. Keeps trespassers away, hides their operations from prying eyes. I stared at the map, the weight of the revelation settling like a stone in my stomach. The forest wasn't alive in a supernatural way. It was a machine. A maze built to protect greed and secrecy. This is bad, I said. If they're out there, watching, they don't want anyone leaving. Carl nodded grimly. Exactly. We're stuck until they're done, or until we figure out their system. I looked out the window again. The trees loomed close, suffocating. The tapping had stopped for now, but the feeling of being watched didn't. Hunger gnawed. The cold bit deeper. And the realization that I was no longer alone in this trap didn't bring comfort. If anything, it made the forest feel even darker. There was no turning back now. I had crossed a line. With Carl here, with the truth in front of me, the forest had swallowed me whole, and the only way out was through. The door creaked behind me. A shadow moved just beyond the porch light's reach. We need a plan, Carl said quietly. Because whoever's out there isn't just watching. They're waiting. The door creaked again, this time sharper, more deliberate. We can't keep waiting, Carl whispered, barely moving his lips. If they're out there, they're not just watching anymore. They're testing us. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my mouth suddenly unbearable. Testing us. Like animals caught in a cage, their eyes just beyond reach. It wasn't paranoia, it was a fact. The forest wasn't just rearranging itself, it was alive with people. Or something human enough to be worse. We need to move, I said, voice low but steady. Before whatever it is decides to come closer. Carl hesitated, then nodded. The cold seeped into my bones, the night air sharp against my skin, but staying still felt like death. We stepped off the porch. The grass beneath was damp, thick with dew and the smell of earth turning sour. The trees closed in immediately, branches snapping against my jacket as if warning me to turn back. I tried to keep track of where we came from, but the forest was already shifting. The path we'd taken earlier was gone, replaced by dense thickets and tangled roots. The landmarks, the crooked birch, the fallen log carved with initials, were either moved or vanished entirely. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if exhaustion was messing with me. But no, the forest was different. It was deliberate. "Remember what I said," Carl whispered. "They want us to get lost. If we find anything obvious, it'll be gone by morning." The phrase stuck with me. I'd been so focused on the physical hunger, the cold, the aching in my legs, that I hadn't fully grasped the psychological trap. The forest wasn't just a maze of trees. It was a trap of the mind, feeding on doubt and fear. We moved cautiously, side by side, voices hushed. Every sound felt magnified, the crunch of leaves, the rustle of something unseen just beyond the edge of vision. My skin prickled. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure slip between the trunks, but there was nothing but shadows. Suddenly, a faint light flickered ahead, barely visible through the thick brush. It was steady, rhythmic, like a blinking eye. I froze. "See that?" I whispered. Carl nodded, pulling his jacket tighter around him. "They're signaling. Or watching." I wanted to turn back, to run, but the cold had numbed my limbs, and the hunger gnawed at my resolve. Instead, we edged closer, the light growing brighter, revealing a narrow clearing. In the center, a small campfire burned low, orange flames licking the night air with a faint glow. Around it, rough figures sat, too still, too quiet. I counted 3. Men, I thought, but their faces were shadowed, obscured by hats and scarves. They didn't move or speak, just watched us with something that felt like calculation. Carl's hand brushed my arm. "No sudden moves," he said. My heart hammered in my chest, breath shallow and fast. The firelight smelled of smoke and something metallic, maybe the remnants of old cans or tools. The men's eyes caught mine, sharp and unblinking. I could feel the weight of their scrutiny like a physical force. One shifted, standing slowly with a deliberate slowness that made me flinch. The others followed. They didn't speak, but the message was clear. This wasn't a welcoming committee. "We should back away," Carl murmured. "Too late," I said, voice barely a whisper. The man stepped forward, stopping just out of reach, his mouth opening to speak but no sound came. Instead, his gaze flicked to something behind us, something I couldn't see. My pulse spiked. Something was moving in the shadows. A rustling sound, closer now. The other 2 men tensed, hands clenched at their sides. The tension in the air thickened, a silent warning that whatever was coming wasn't part of this small group. I glanced behind me just as a figure emerged, a woman this time, her hair wild and tangled, eyes wide and frantic. She stumbled forward, collapsing near the campfire, gasping for breath. Her clothes were torn, stained with dirt and something darker. "Help me," she whispered, voice ragged. "Please." The men exchanged looks, then one stepped toward her, hand raised. I wanted to shout, to pull her away, but the forest held me frozen. The woman's eyes met mine, pleading and desperate, and then the man grabbed her roughly by the arm. "No," I breathed. Carl moved suddenly, stepping between them. "Let her be," he said, voice hard. The man hesitated, then released her with a grunt. The woman collapsed against Carl, shaking. Her eyes darted around, wild fear settling in. "They're coming," she whispered. "They want to take more." I swallowed, a cold pit opening in my stomach. Who? Who wants to take more? She looked at me, desperation breaking through her exhaustion. The others. The ones who built the maze. They don't want us leaving. I felt the forest close and tighter, branches clawing at my skin, the cold sinking deeper. Hunger and fear warred inside me, but something darker was settling. "We can't stay here," Carl said, pulling the woman to her feet. "They'll circle back." The woman nodded, eyes flicking nervously to the dark woods on all sides. "They watch everything. They move the paths, keep us trapped. But sometimes they send people out to bring others back." I looked at her, heart racing. "Why? What do they want?" She shivered. "Control. Silence. They're the ones who built this place. The forest is their tool." The words echoed in my mind, chilling and real. No magic, no ghosts, just people. Men and women with motives and power, hiding behind the shifting trees. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound cut through the night. From the shadows beyond the firelight, figures began to emerge, more of them, moving silently, encircling us. Carl grabbed my arm. "Run!" We bolted, the woman stumbling but catching up. Branches whipped at our faces, roots snagged our feet. Behind us, the low murmur of voices rose, a threat in the dark. The forest itself seemed to close in, the paths twisting in impossible directions. I gasped for air, lungs burning, mind screaming for any familiar landmark. But the maze had changed again. There was no way forward. No way back. Just endless dark. And whatever waited in the shadows, waiting for us to make a mistake. I woke to the sound of a distant engine. It was faint, almost swallowed by the dense thrum of the forest, but it was there, a mechanical heartbeat pulsing far beyond the trees. For a moment, I lay still, staring up through the skeletal lattice of branches above me, half convinced the sound was a trick of memory, or a once familiar hum from a life that felt increasingly unreal. Then I heard it again, closer this time, irregular and ragged, as if the vehicle itself was struggling through something thick and unyielding. Movement. Not in the trees, but in the world beyond them. I sat up slowly, muscles stiff and protesting, and tried to recall the patch of earth where I'd spent the night. The ground was uneven, littered with pine needles and broken twigs, but the familiar landmarks I'd marked days ago, the mossy stump, the leaning birch, had shifted. They were no longer where I thought they were. The forest had changed, subtly but unmistakably, overnight. Branches seemed to lean inward, narrowing the corridors between trees, and the path I'd clung to for days was gone. Lost again. I rubbed my eyes, tasting the bitter dryness of fatigue in my mouth. Hunger gnawed at me, low and constant, but the sound of the engine was a promise, maybe not salvation, but at least a sign that I wasn't alone. I moved cautiously, stepping over roots and ducking under low-hanging branches. The air was cold, damp with a mist that settled deep into my clothes and chilled my skin. The scent of wet earth and decaying leaves was thick, almost suffocating. Somewhere nearby, a bird cawed, a sound sharp and wild, echoing off unseen cliffs. I wanted to call out, to make sure whoever was there knew I was here, but my throat burned, raw from days without water or rest. The forest was rearranging itself again. I could feel it like a pulse, a slow tide shifting the landscape beneath my feet. I remembered the first time I noticed how a familiar tree had vanished overnight, replaced by a wall of thick underbrush. Now, the forest was less a place and more a trap, a living maze designed to keep me inside. I stopped, peering through the mist, trying to pinpoint the engine's direction. It was coming from the east, or had that too changed? The sun, my usual guide, was hidden behind dense clouds, making everything gray and indistinct. I pulled my jacket tighter around myself and pushed forward, stepping carefully through tangled roots and slick moss. After what felt like hours, the noise grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't a car or motorcycle, as I'd hoped, but a small tractor, its engine sputtering and coughing as it struggled along a rough dirt track. The vehicle was old, its paint faded and chipped, but it was real, a human presence in the shifting wilderness. My hands trembled as I stepped into a small clearing. The tractor's driver, a man in a weathered cap and thick jacket, looked up, startled. His eyes were sharp, wary, and for a moment, I felt the strangest mix of relief and fear. I wasn't sure which was stronger. "Hey," I called out, voice hoarse. "Please. Can you help me?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he studied me, eyes flicking over my dirt-smudged face, my ragged clothes, the way I clutched a stick for balance. Then he nodded slowly, a cautious gesture. "Lost?" he asked, voice rough but not unkind. "Yeah," I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I've been stuck out here for days." He gestured toward the tractor. "Hop on." I'm headed back to the edge of the forest. The ride was bumpy and slow. The tractor groaned beneath us, the wheels slipping over mud and roots. As we moved, the forest around us felt unnervingly familiar and strange at the same time, trees that seemed to have shifted positions, paths that twisted unexpectedly. I glanced at the man beside me, who seemed oddly at ease, as if he belonged to this place in a way I never could. "Does the forest change?" I asked quietly. He grunted. "You mean how it's been shifting?" "Yeah. Happens more than you think. People get lost, get turned around. Some never come out." I swallowed, the weight of his words sinking in. This wasn't some supernatural maze. It was something darker, something human. The forest was a trap, yes, but not by magic. It was a place where people disappeared, where the landscape was manipulated, maybe even controlled, by someone or something else. "Why?" I asked. "Who would do that?" He shrugged. "No one talks about it. Fear, mostly. Or maybe greed. The forest's got secrets." The tractor finally emerged from the trees, and the air seemed to shift. The sky opened up, revealing a pale afternoon sun. The scent of pine faded, replaced by the crisp smell of open fields and distant smoke. I stepped down, legs shaky but steady. The man tipped his cap. "You're lucky I found you." "Not many do." I nodded, unable to find words. Relief was a strange thing, heavy and complicated. I was safe, but the forest's hold on me lingered in my bones. As I walked toward the road, I looked back once. The edge of the forest stood like a wall behind me, silent and unyielding. The trees no longer seemed to shift, no longer seemed to rearrange themselves beneath the fading light. But I knew they would. For those left behind. That night, in a small motel room with a hot shower and a bed that didn't creak under me, I lay awake. The weight of what I'd survived pressed down on my chest. Hunger and exposure had been my enemies, yes, but the true terror was the forest itself, how it moved, how it hid, how it swallowed everything. I thought about the man on the tractor, about the whispered warnings and the unspoken rules of this place. I thought about the people who never came out, about the endless maze that had nearly broken me. But I was free. I was out. And maybe that was enough. Before sleep took me, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small compass I'd found weeks ago, its needle steady and sure. I held it tight, a reminder that some things still followed their own course, no matter how much the world around them tried to bend. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, indifferent to the lives it touched. And I closed my eyes, finally letting the quiet wash over me. Story 2, Frozen Time, Ski Lift's Temporal Terror. I never thought a ski lift could stop midair and turn the world upside down. It was early afternoon, maybe close to 3. The sky was a flat gray sheet, thick clouds hanging low like they were trying to smother the mountain. Snowflakes drifted lazily, melting on my goggles in irregular patches, the dampness making my breath fog up inside the lens. The cold had already seeped through my jacket sleeves, and my boots pressed against the footrest were numb, like they were halfway to stone. I kept telling myself to breathe, slow down, but the cold air caught in my throat, sharp and unyielding. The ski lift had been nearly empty all day. A quiet Monday, off-season, and the mountain seemed to hold its breath. I was alone on this particular chair, suspended maybe 300 feet above the ground, the trees below looking like clumps of crushed velvet. The cables above stretched taut, vanishing into mist. In the distance, wooden cabins clustered like a forgotten village, their roofs dusted with fresh snow. I glanced at one, then another, trying to shake off the creeping unease that tickled the back of my neck. Each cabin had a digital clock on its porch, small red numbers glowing faintly through the frost. Oddly, the times didn't match. One read 3:02, another 3:27, a third blinked 2:48. I squinted against the cold, lips pressed into a thin line. Maybe the clocks were broken. Or maybe the power had flickered, unlikely, but possible in a place this isolated. Still, the discrepancy gnawed at me. Time was supposed to be uniform, especially on a mountain where schedules mattered for safety. It felt wrong, like a misplaced stitch in a sweater unraveling slowly. I glanced down again. The landscape seemed to shift subtly each time I looked. Where there had been a clear path before, now there was a slight mound of snow. Or a cluster of branches I was sure hadn't been there seconds ago. Maybe I was imagining it. I blinked hard, willing my eyes to stay focused. The wind picked up, carrying a faint, almost metallic smell like cold iron mixed with wet pine needles. It made me wrinkle my nose. Not the scent of fresh snow, that was for sure. Trying to distract myself, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, crumpled map I'd stuffed in there that morning. The paper was damp, edges soft from the moisture, the ink smudged in places. I traced the route I'd planned, the one supposed to take me back down the mountain before dark. If the lift stayed stuck much longer, that plan was already falling apart. My fingers trembled just a little, but I blamed the cold. The silence around me was so complete it felt like a weight. No chatter from other skiers, no clatter of boots on wooden planks, no hum of the lift's usual mechanical drone. Just the subtle creak of the cables, tightening under the cold strain, and the whisper of the wind threading through the trees. Silence. Complete silence. Then a distant sound, a dog barking, sharp and urgent, far below. It echoed up the slopes, faint but unmistakable. I felt a flicker of relief, a sign someone else was out there. Maybe a ranger or a cabin owner. I called out, voice hoarse and shaky, "Hello," but my words vanished into the cold air. No answer. I shifted on the seat, the metal groaning softly beneath me. My legs wanted to bounce, restless and cold, but I held them still, forcing my mind away from the rising panic. I knew how that sounds, like I was about to lose it, but staying calm was the only way out of this. The wind picked up again, stronger now. Snowflakes began to swirl faster, blurring my view of the cabins. Then I noticed something strange. The snow on the roofs appeared thicker, heavier. Something about the way it piled didn't look right. The cabins seemed smaller, too. Like I was seeing them from a different angle, but that made no sense. I rubbed my eyes again, but the change remained. I tried to focus on the clocks. One blinked out and switched to a new time, 3:18. Another jumped forward to 3:45. but a third clock had disappeared altogether, replaced by a dark screen. Maybe a power outage after all. The inconsistency made my head ache. The dog barked again, closer this time, but still distant. Something was wrong. Too wrong. A sudden, sharp cracking sound sliced through the air from somewhere below. Like ice breaking, or wood snapping under strain. I froze, muscles taut. The sound echoed again, softer but unmistakable. I scanned the mountain, searching for the source. The snow-covered slope opposite the cabins looked disturbed, a faint, dark line cutting through the white. It wasn't there the last time I looked. The wind howled louder, carrying a low rumble that seemed almost alive. My fingers clenched the metal bar until the skin went numb. I thought about the avalanche warnings I'd read on the trailhead sign earlier that day. They'd seemed routine, almost perfunctory, but now the warning felt like a whisper turning into a shout. No one else was around to hear it. No one to tell. The lift shuddered again, a slight dip that sent a jolt through my spine. The cables above vibrated, humming with tension. The world below seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Waiting for what, I couldn't say. But I knew then that something was coming. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to block out the cold and the rising dread. My breath came out in ragged clouds, each one a small reminder that I was alive. For now, the clocks blinked again. 3:59, 4:12, 2:50. The times no longer made sense. And neither did the mountain. The clocks blinked again, each one stubbornly refusing to sync. I glanced down again, the snowfields beneath me shifting in the dim afternoon light. The dark line was still there, a jagged scar cutting through the white like a wound. It hadn't been there earlier, I was sure of it, but now it looked ominous, like a starting point. My eyes flicked to the cabins dotting the hillside, each one with its own stubbornly blinking digital clock. Why did their times differ so wildly? It made no sense. I knew I couldn't just sit here. The lift wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, and I had to find answers. That meant starting with those cabins. Maybe someone was inside. Maybe someone had noticed what I had. Or maybe I didn't want to think about that last possibility. No one else around meant no help, no backup. Just me and whatever this mountain had in store. The wind tugged in my jacket as I swung my legs back and forth, the cable groaning softly under the strain. I tried to remember the layout from the trail map I'd studied earlier. There were 3 cabins clustered near the base of this lift. If I could get down, I might find a phone or at least a radio. But the lift wasn't moving, not even a twitch. The operator's booth was empty, the door locked tight. I took a deep breath, the cold air stinging my lungs. The skin on my face felt taut, like a stretched canvas. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of panic creeping up my spine. Think, I muttered to myself. One step at a time. I scanned the landscape once more. The avalanche warning signs at the trailhead had felt routine earlier. Now, though, they burned in my mind like a neon alert. The snow wasn't just shifting, it was gathering, compressing. I thought about the low rumble again. Maybe it wasn't distant at all. My eyes locked on the closest cabin. The clock on its porch flashed 3:59 again, the same as one of the clocks on the lift support poles. The numbers blinked in a jerky rhythm, as if struggling to keep pace with reality. I blinked against the swirling snow and squinted harder, and then I noticed something else, a faint plume of smoke curling from the chimney. Someone was inside. Someone awake. Hope surged and sank in equal measure. Rescue, maybe. Or danger. I couldn't tell which weighed heavier. I tried the emergency call button on the lift's control panel. Nothing. Dead silence except the wind and that persistent rumble. My voice cracked when I called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" The word disappeared into the cold air, swallowed whole. Minutes passed. The clocks blinked again. This time, 4:12, 4:37, 2:50. The times were drifting further apart. Something was wrong, something fundamental. I felt my breath catch, my fingers tightening their grip around the bar. The mountain didn't just seem still. It seemed alive, watching, waiting. I forced myself to look down again. The dark line had widened. It wasn't just a crack anymore, it was a fracture, a jagged void sneaking through the snow like a warning carved in ice. The snow below the cabins seemed to bulge outward, like a swelling bruise. Then I caught a flicker of movement, no, two figures. People. Near the cabins. I blinked, heart pounding. Were they waiting? Or arguing? I couldn't make out the details, but the figures moved with urgency, shadows against the light. That's when the radio in my jacket pocket buzzed, sharp and sudden. I fumbled for it, the cold making my fingers clumsy. The screen lit up, but there was no signal. Static filled the tiny speaker, then a voice cracked through, barely audible. .avalanche. .danger. Stay clear. The message cut out. I stared at the radio, the static humming in my ears. Was someone else up here? Were they trying to warn me? I pressed the button to reply, but only silence answered. The wind picked up again, carrying a sharper, wetter scent. Snowflakes stung my face like tiny needles, and the rumble grew louder, a low, rolling growl that vibrated through the cables and into my bones. The mountain wasn't waiting anymore. It was moving. The figures below started to scatter, their shapes blurring in the swirling snow. One of them paused, facing uphill, and for a moment, I thought I saw a flashlight beam cutting through the white. Or was that just a trick of the light? I blinked hard, but the figure was gone. My mind raced. If an avalanche was coming and every instinct screamed it was, those people were in real danger. And I was trapped. Up here. Alone. I tried to call out again, but the wind swallowed my words. My fingers trembled, not from cold this time, but from a rising tide of helplessness. The clocks blinked once more, 2:50, 4:37, 3:59, and I realized with a sinking feeling that none of them matched the real time. None of them made sense. The lift shuddered again, a sudden jerk that sent a spike of pain through my back. The cables creaked ominously, and I caught a glimpse of ice forming on the support beams, glistening like brittle glass. If this thing failed, I swallowed hard. Could I climb down? The cable tower was too far. No way. I was stuck, suspended in this fragile cage of metal and snow, with a storm and whatever else closing in fast. My breath came out in sharp, ragged bursts. I glanced back at the cabins. The smoke had stopped rising. The lights inside flickered, then blinked out. Darkness pulled behind the windows. Silence. Complete silence. Then, from somewhere in the swirling white, a voice called out again. This time closer, more urgent. Help. Please. My heart leapt. I peered down, straining to see through the storm, but the figures were gone. The only thing left was the dark line, now a deep fissure, and the growing roar beneath it. I realized then that the mountain wasn't just a backdrop to whatever was happening here. It was the main event. And I was sitting right in the middle of it. I pulled my jacket tighter, voice hoarse and trembling. Hold on, I whispered. Hold on, whoever you are. Because if I didn't move soon, none of us were going to make it through this. The voice had vanished again, swallowed by the wind and snow, and by the mountain's growing roar. I looked back toward the cabins, hoping for any sign of life, but the windows were empty black holes now. The faint glow of the digital clocks on their facades, each one out of sync with the last, was the only light left on the mountain. I blinked hard, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. One clock read 6:12, another 8:47, the last 2:33. None of them matched the time on my watch, which was stuck at 7:01. The inconsistency was unsettling, but the more I stared, the more I realized the cabins themselves weren't quite the same. The closest cabin's roof sagged under the weight of fresh snow, but the farthest one looked oddly bare, almost melted, as if the storm had passed over it entirely. The trees near one cabin were full and green, unscarred by frost, while others were skeletal, branches stripped bare like bones. I rubbed my eyes. A trick of the light? Maybe. But the discrepancies didn't stop there. Shadows shifted unnaturally, elongating and shrinking as if time itself were fractured like the fissure below. The idea was absurd. Time doesn't just warp. But the mountain, this place, was playing tricks on me. I could hear a distant thud, like a heavy footfall on snow, but when I looked down, there was nothing but white and jagged rock. A sudden gust slammed my face with biting cold. I grit my teeth, trying to shake off the creeping dread. "Okay. You're imagining things," I muttered aloud, voice cracking. "Just keep calm. Stay alive." I tugged out my phone, flicking on the flashlight app. The screen glowed weakly in the near darkness. No signal. No messages. No calls. Silence. The only thing connected to the outside world now was my own shadow, stretched thin and trembling on the metal frame of the ski lift. I tried to focus on something else, anything else. The metal beneath me groaned, a long, low moan that made me jump. The cable above was taut, but I could swear it sagged a little more with each second. I shifted my weight, the chair creaking. My fingers dug into the cold metal armrest until I thought they might leave marks in the paint. Then the voice came again, closer this time. "Help. Please. I'm here." I jerked my head toward the sound, heart slamming against my ribs. It was coming from the cabin with the clock stuck at 2:33. The one that looked oddly bare. I peered into the storm, squinting as the snow whipped my face. There was a figure on the porch, hunched, waving frantically. I swallowed hard. The voice was unmistakably human, but who? Why here? Why now? "Hey!" I shouted. "Hold on. I'm coming." The words sounded hollow in the freezing air. I wanted to believe I could reach them. I wanted to believe there was a way down. But the fissure, wide and yawning, blocked every path I could see. Not to mention the storm, thickening like a curtain closing in around us. The figure disappeared for a moment, then reappeared, this time closer to the door. They pounded on the window with a shaking fist. I could see the desperation in their movements, even through the blur of snow and distance. "Help me," the voice pleaded again. It wasn't just the mountain anymore. The storm. The broken timeline. The fissure. Something else had shifted. A warning buried beneath the chaos. I knew then the point of no return wasn't just about being stuck on the ski lift. It was about choosing to move or not. About stepping into whatever was waiting beyond the fractured cabins. My stomach twisted. I looked down. The fissure had widened again. Snow slid from its edges in tiny avalanches of powder, the ground trembling beneath the weight. The roar grew louder, swallowing the voice, the wind, the world. I gripped the armrest tighter, nails digging into the metal. There was no way back. No rescue. No safety net. Only forward. I glanced at the cabins once more, the clocks flickering erratically, the windows darkening, the figure gone. Then, from deeper within the storm, I heard a new sound. Closer. Human. Footsteps crunching on snow. Not the figures. Something else. I swallowed hard, breath catching. The mountain wasn't just alive. It was watching. Waiting. I had to move. But where? My eyes darted across the barren ridge, searching for any sign of shelter or a path that might lead away from this unseen watcher. The wind howled like a beast in pain, carrying with it a scent sharp, metallic, something that didn't belong to the mountain. My heart hammered as the footsteps grew louder, crunching rhythmically, methodically. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't rushing. They wanted me to hear them. I forced myself to stand, legs trembling under the weight of panic and exhaustion. The snow beneath my boots was loose, threatening to betray me with every step. Ahead, jagged rocks jutted out like broken teeth, promising neither safety nor rest. But staying still meant waiting for the inevitable. A faint glow flickered behind a ridge to my left. A dying campfire? Possibly a sign of life. Desperation pushed me forward, each step a battle against the cold and my own doubt. The footsteps kept pace, a relentless shadow stalking me across the mountain's cruel face. As I reached the ridge, I saw it, a small clearing, snow trampled and disturbed, the charred remains of wood smoldering weakly. And near it, a figure, a person huddled against the wind, face hidden beneath a hood. Relief warred with suspicion. Was this ally or enemy? Before I could call out, the figure raised a hand slowly, voice barely a whisper. You're not safe here. The mountain doesn't just watch, it hunts. The figure's voice scraped against the cold air, barely louder than the wind whipping around us. Who are you? I finally managed, voice hoarse. The hooded figure shifted slightly, the faint glow from the dying campfire catching on a pale, weather-bitten cheek. Name's Elias, he said. Been out here longer than I care to admit. You're lucky I found you. Lucky. The word felt strange. Lucky to be stranded on a mountain with someone who might be the difference between life and death, or the cause of it. My boots sank deeper into the snow with every step toward him, the cold biting through the thin layers I wore. I swallowed hard. What do you mean? What's hunting me? Elias glanced toward the ridge again, eyes narrowing. Avalanches don't just come out of nowhere. They're signs. Shifts in the mountain's balance. But sometimes something else moves first. People. Not all of us up here want to be found. I blinked, cold creeping into my fingers as I clenched my fists. People? You mean someone's out here? Hunting? He nodded, voice low. You're not the first to be stuck in a lift or caught out after dark. He pulled back his hood, revealing a tangled mess of dark hair and a face lined with fatigue and frostbite. But most who get stuck don't make it past the mountain's hunger. And it's not just the snow. A chill ran down my spine sharper than the wind. I swallowed again, tasting the grit of snow on my tongue. Why didn't you warn me sooner? Because I wasn't sure you'd listen. His gaze held mine, steady and unyielding. And because I needed to see if you'd survive long enough to hear the truth. The mountain's silence pressed in around us. No distant skiers. No human voices except those shared in the shallow clearing. Just the wind, the shifting snow, and the faint crackle of dying embers. I looked down toward the valley, the dark shapes of pine trees standing like sentinels beneath us. The digital clocks on the cabins below flickered again in my mind, the wild discrepancies, the way the landscape shifted just enough to feel wrong, like a warped reflection. The unsettling thought that the avalanche wasn't just a natural threat but a harbinger, a mask for something else entirely. "Elias," I said, voice steadier now. "What's really going on? What have you seen?" He exhaled slowly, then pointed a gloved finger toward the slope. "Last week, a group got trapped in those cabins down there. They came for the ski season, full of hope. Then the clock started changing, the snow moved like it had a mind of its own, and the mountain's voice got louder. They panicked. One of them disappeared before help arrived. No one's found him." I swallowed hard, eyes following the slope's uneven contours. "Disappeared? How?" Elias shrugged, a bitter laugh escaping him. "No one knows. Just gone. Like the mountain took him." He glanced back at the fire, now nothing more than a dim glow. "And now it's your turn to decide, stay here and wait for rescue, or try to get down before the mountain decides it's done playing." The weight of his words settled deep in my chest. I thought of the stalled lift, the clock frozen at an impossible hour, the strange shifts in time and place. The mountain was more than a backdrop, it was an active force, testing limits and breaking spirits. I wasn't just fighting cold or height, I was fighting the mountain's will, and maybe something hidden beneath its surface. I looked at Elias again. "How do you know all this?" "Because I was one of those skiers," he said quietly. "And I barely got out." His story spilled out in ragged fragments, nights spent huddled in snowdrifts, desperate hikes through unseen paths, the creeping realization that the mountain wasn't just snow and rock but a landscape shaped by fear and human desperation. He spoke of strange lights seen moving through the trees, of voices carried on the wind that weren't quite human, and of the clock discrepancies, each cabin's time twisted out of sync like a fractured mirror. I shivered, not just from the cold. "You think someone's deliberately causing this? The time shifts? The disappearances?" Elias nodded. "There's a group, a few of us, who know the mountain's secrets. They control what people see, how the mountain moves. It's a twisted game, a way to keep the mountain to themselves." My heart hammered, breath coming in ragged gasps. "Why? What do they want?" "Control. Fear. Power." He looked me straight in the eye. "And they don't want anyone else getting out alive." A sudden noise cracked through the night, a sharp, unnatural snap from the ridge behind us. Both of us froze, breath hanging in the cold air like smoke. Elias's eyes darted toward the sound. "They're close," he muttered. "Who?" I whispered, barely daring to breathe. "The Watchers. Those who make the mountain their hunting ground." His voice was hard now, stripped of the fatigue, replaced by a raw edge of survival. "They know you're here. And they're coming." The snow around us seemed to darken, shadows stretching long and distorted. I swallowed the sudden dryness in my throat, fingers trembling as I gripped the rough bark of a nearby tree for balance. "We need to move," Elias said, urgency sharpening his tone. "There's a hidden path down the ridge. It's risky, but it's the only chance." I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to stay put, to wait for help. But the silence that followed that snap was anything but reassuring. The mountain wasn't just a place to endure, it was a trap, tightening with every passing second. "Lead the way," I said, voice barely above a whisper. Elias nodded, pulling a small flashlight from inside his jacket. Its beam cut a narrow path through the snow, illuminating jagged stones and twisted branches. We moved cautiously, the snow crunching underfoot, ears straining for any sign of movement. Halfway down the ridge, the temperature plummeted. My breath came faster, each exhale a puff of mist dissolving into the night. The smell of pine and earth was faint beneath the biting cold, but stronger was the metallic tang that made my stomach lurch. Blood? Or just the mountain's own scent? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. low, calling my name, distorted by distance and snow. It wasn't Elias. I froze. Elias stopped too, eyes scanning the darkness. "Who's there?" I called out, voice trembling despite myself. No answer. Just the wind, swirling with a whisper that sounded like laughter. Elias's flashlight flickered, the beam darting toward a cluster of trees where shadows seemed to shift unnaturally. "They're testing us," he said grimly. "Trying to break your mind." I swallowed hard, heart pounding so loud it drowned out the wind. The cold didn't fully retreat when the sun rose, but it grew less sharp, like a dull ache replacing a stabbing pain. I knew I wasn't going to be rescued by anyone soon. The ski lift was still stuck, suspended somewhere between the lower clusters of cabins and the forested ridge, and the digital clocks on the distant buildings continued their maddening dance, each one set to a different, impossible time. I stared at the nearest cabin's clock again. 4:13, the one beyond it read 7:58, and the one below, 1:02. They didn't line up, and worse, they seemed to shift every time I blinked, as if the mountain itself was mocking me with some cruel, impossible puzzle. I rubbed my eyes, trying to clear the sleep and cold fatigue that blurred my vision. The wind tugged at the jacket I pulled tight around me, the fabric stiff with frost. The metal bar across my lap was icy and unforgiving, the cable above groaning intermittently in the breeze. I tried to call out the night before, but the silence that returned was absolute, save for the distant, rhythmic clatter of snow settling somewhere far below. I thought about the avalanche. It was always there, a shadow lurking just out of sight. When I first noticed the clocks, I dismissed it as some glitch or electrical quirk. But then the landscape started changing, in ways a stalled lift should not allow. Trees vanished. Snow shifted unnaturally, and the weight of the mountain seemed to lean closer with each passing hour. There was a sound, faint but distinct, a dull rumble hugging the valley floor. Not thunder. Not machinery. Something else, something ancient and patient. The kind of sound that presses on your chest until you can't breathe right. I tried to focus on the task at hand, survival, escape. But my mind kept circling back to the clocks, to the time discrepancies. Why were they so wrong? I reached out, trembling, to touch the cable overhead, hoping to find a way to signal or move the lift. My fingers met the cold steel, rough and unyielding. No luck. The controls were locked up tight, probably frozen solid under the ice. I shifted in my seat, wincing as the metal bit into my thigh. Maybe if I could jump, I could grab the cable and climb. But the drop was too great, and the snow below looked deeper and more treacherous with every glance. The thought of falling was worse than the cold. I tried calling for help again, voice hoarse and ragged, but only the wind answered. Then, I heard it, a snapping sound, sharp and sudden. My head jerked toward the upper ridge. A few trees swayed violently, one cracking as if under impossible pressure. The avalanche was coming. I knew it, deep down, even though my rational mind fought the idea. The mountain was shifting, creeping toward me, and I was caught, dangling above its growing appetite. I thought of the people who must have been in those cabins, or maybe had been before the storm hit. Were they trapped? Did they see the same things? The different times? The shifting snow? Or had they already been swallowed by the mountain's wrath? The thought made my chest tighten. I tried to steady my breathing, but my hands shook so badly I could barely grip the bar. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine a way out, a plan. But there was nothing logical left. The wind picked up suddenly, colder and fiercer. The cable above me vibrated as if the whole lift was shuddering. Below, the snow seemed to pulse, a slow, heavy wave inching forward. Then I heard a voice. Not mine, and not distant. Hey! It was faint, calling from somewhere below the lift. My eyes snapped open. "Hey! Are you okay?" The sound was human, real. I shouted back, my voice cracking. "Yes. I'm stuck. Please, help." There was a pause, then footsteps crunching through the snow. A figure appeared, bundled in a thick parka, face shadowed but unmistakably there. Relief flooded me, sharp and immediate. "Hold on," the voice said. "I'm coming up." I watched as the figure moved toward the lift's base, disappearing into the trees. My heart pounded, hope and fear tangled together. Maybe this was it. Maybe I was going to get out alive. Minutes dragged into what felt like hours. The wind howled, and the mountain groaned beneath us. Then, suddenly, a loud cracking sounded from above. The cable jerked violently, throwing me forward against the seat. My breath left me in a harsh gasp. I saw the snow above the ridge break loose in a vast, white curtain, racing down faster than I could comprehend. The avalanche was real. It was coming. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for impact, praying for a miracle. But the cable held. Strong, steady. A second later, the figure reappeared, this time with a rope. "Can you tie this around you?" the voice urged. I nodded, fumbling with the cold knot. My fingers were numb, clumsy. The snow's roar grew louder, a living beast chasing us both. "Ready?" the voice asked. I swallowed hard and nodded again. The rescuer climbed swiftly, the rope secured. Inch by inch, I was pulled toward safety, toward warmth and solid ground. The avalanche thundered past, missing us by mere feet. We collapsed into the snow, breath ragged, bodies shaking in the cold. The mountain had roared and tried to claim me, but I was still here. Later, wrapped in blankets in a rescue cabin, I stared at a clock on the wall. It ticked steadily, the time unchanging, reliable. I realized then the clocks weren't just broken, they were a warning, a symptom of the mountain's shifting dangers. Time fractured in that frozen place, but outside, life went on. I was different now. Not just because I'd survived, but because I'd looked into the abyss and seen the world in a way I never could before. The mountain had tested me, stripped away my certainty, and left me raw. I didn't know if I'd ever ski again. Maybe not. But I understood something vital. Nature isn't a steady clock. It's a chaotic, shifting force, and sometimes, all you can do is hold on and wait for rescue. The mountain's silence was no longer empty to me. It was full of stories, warnings, and the quiet, terrible beauty of survival. And I was ready to listen. Story 3, Vanishing Route, a bus through shifting realities. The bus was late again. I'd taken this route for years, the same bus, the same stops, the same faces, except today, the bus finally rolled into view with a strange kind of hesitation. The headlights flickered once, twice, then steadied. The engine hummed low and steady, but the doors didn't slide open right away. The driver, a man I recognized but couldn't quite place, sat still behind the wheel, staring straight ahead with a blank expression. No usual nod or smile. Just silence. I shifted my weight, the soles of my shoes squeaking slightly on the wet asphalt. "Morning," I called out, half expecting no answer. The doors hissed open finally. A few passengers shuffled out, their eyes avoiding mine, faces oddly blurred in the early light. I hesitated, then stepped inside. The interior smelled of stale coffee and vinyl seats warmed by too many bodies. I slid into a spot by the window, the cold glass fogging under my breath. Outside, the city looked the same but somehow different. The first stop came too quickly. Normally, The bus paused for a minute or so, long enough for the driver to light a cigarette or chat with a regular. Today, the stop was a blur, the streets outside shifting like a slow-motion ripple. Familiar storefronts appeared and disappeared, their signs flickering between letters and symbols I didn't recognize. The old bakery, the one with the green awning and the crooked doorframe, was gone. In its place, a glossy cafe with anonymous glass walls. No one got on or off. I frowned, rubbing a cold hand over the window. A dog barked somewhere far off, a sharp, lonely sound that cut through the hum of the engine and the low murmur of passengers. I glanced around. Faces were the same, or close enough, but the man with the newspaper was missing, replaced by a woman whose eyes darted nervously to the ceiling. An itch began at the back of my neck. "Did you see that?" I leaned toward the woman, voice low. She blinked, startled. "See what?" "The stop. The bakery did it just." "Vanish?" She shook her head, pulling a scarf tighter around her neck. "Maybe you missed the new cafe opening. You know how this neighborhood changes." I wanted to argue. To say that no one had mentioned a new cafe, that the bakery had been there for decades. But the words caught in my throat. Instead, I stared out the window, watching the streetlights flicker unevenly, their glow pulsing like a heartbeat. The bus lurched forward, and the cityscape shifted again. The buildings seemed to lean closer, windows reflecting too much light or sometimes none at all. A street vendor's cart stood where I remembered a bench, but the vendor was gone, leaving behind a scattering of unclaimed newspapers that fluttered uselessly in the breeze. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, the screen cracked at the corner, the brightness fluctuating wildly, refusing to settle. Texts from friends I hadn't heard from in weeks, messages half-formed, strings of letters that didn't make sense. I tried to reply, but the keyboard froze. The screen blinked off, then back on, showing the same garbled text. A cold shiver passed through me. I shoved the phone back into my pocket, trying to ignore the growing knot in my stomach. The bus stopped again. This time, the driver finally spoke, his voice low and steady, almost too calm. "Next stop, Central Avenue." I nodded, though I wasn't sure if I'd heard him correctly. The city outside looked more like a photograph than a living place, sharp edges, unnatural colors. The people waiting at the stop were there, but their eyes seemed vacant, like mannequins arranged in a store window. The door opened, and a man stepped on. He wore a suit, his tie loose, hair slicked back. I recognized him immediately. Or thought I did. "Tom?" I whispered, heart banging against my ribs. He glanced at me, eyes blank. No flicker of recognition. "Do I know you?" My mouth dried out. "We used to work together. At the firm." "You!" He shook his head, stepping further into the bus. "Sorry, must be mistaken." The bus rumbled away before I could say more. I stared after him, the familiar face now a stranger's mask. The passengers around me shifted uncomfortably, glancing at their phones, at each other, but no one spoke. The hum of the engine filled the silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the radio overhead. The announcer's voice stuttered, words garbled, the station name lost in static. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric feeling thinner, almost transparent. The windows fogged again, and outside, the city had tilted slightly, buildings leaning like tired old men. The streetlights flickered, and shadows lengthened where there should have been none. I wanted to get off at the next stop, to step into the normal world. But something in my chest told me to stay, to watch, to understand what was happening or what was unraveling. The bus slowed, lights dimming. The next stop was coming, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to see what waited there. The doors hissed open, revealing a dimly lit platform draped in a thick, unnatural silence. No other passengers moved, and the usual hum of the city was replaced by an eerie stillness. I hesitated, heart pounding. The doors closed behind me with a soft, mechanical sigh, sealing off the bus and the few passengers still inside. I glanced back. The bus was already pulling away, its taillights disappearing down the curved street. No one waved, no one looked back. Just empty seats behind fogged windows. The platform felt wrong, like a theater set missing its actors. I took a cautious step forward. Concrete cracked underfoot, rough and uneven, dust motes drifting in the weak light. The air smelled faintly of burnt plastic and something stale, like the inside of a long-closed room. I tried to shake off the unease. The city had tilted before, but here, the buildings around me leaned more steeply than before, as if they were about to topple. Windows were dark and blank, empty sockets and brick faces. I peered into one shop front that should have been familiar, the newsstand near my apartment. But it was shuttered, the metal grate rusted and bent. No headlines, no scattered newspapers. "Hey," a voice cracked from behind. I spun around to see a man about my age stepping off the bus onto the platform. His jacket was soaked, as if he'd just come in from rain. "You got off too?" His eyes flicked nervously over the empty street. "This stop, it's not right." I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah." I thought the same. His name was Mark, he said, and he was a graphic designer who commuted the same route. We fell into step, neither of us quite trusting the other but both desperate for some kind of connection in this warped place. The silence stretched between us, broken only by our footsteps echoing on cracked pavement. "Do you know what time it is?" I asked, fishing my phone out. The screen lit up, but the clock was stuck on 3:17 a.m., frozen like a broken watch. No notifications, no signal bars. The battery icon blinked red, even though I charged it fully before leaving. Mark pulled out his own phone. Same thing. Dead screen, then a flicker, then frozen time. "That's new," he muttered. We moved toward the main street, trying to get some bearings. The city was too quiet, even the usual dog barking or distant sirens were absent. It felt like the world had been muted, filtered through a strange lens. "Did you notice anything else?" I asked. He nodded. "People. I didn't see anyone except the ones on the bus. But some faces, they just vanished. Like they were erased." That hit me harder than I expected. I thought of the woman who sat 2 rows ahead of me, the one who smiled but whose eyes seemed empty. And the old man who'd gotten on at the second stop, the one whose face was a blur every time I tried to focus. "Maybe it's just exhaustion," I said, trying to convince both of us. "We're overthinking." Mark gave me a flat look. "I don't think so. There's something else." We walked a little further, and the city began to twist again. Store signs blinked weirdly, letters missing or jumbled. The familiar coffee shop had been replaced by a storefront selling things I couldn't name, odd gadgets and unrecognizable brands. The air smelled thicker, like burnt toast mixed with old grease. I stopped at a cracked payphone booth, anachronistic and out of place. The handset hung loosely, the cord frayed. I picked it up. Silence. No dial tone, nothing. Mark crouched beside me, his fingers tracing the peeling paint on the booth. "This isn't just a glitch. It's like the city's rewriting itself." "Rewriting?" I echoed, the word tasting sour. He shrugged, eyes darting. "I don't know. But I know something isn't right. And I think we're stuck here." His words hit hard. Stuck. The thought sent a ripple of cold through me. I swallowed, trying to steady my breathing. "All right," I said, voice tighter than I wanted. "If we're stuck, then we need to figure out why. Or how." Mark nodded, pulling his jacket tighter around him. "Agreed. Let's check the bus route. Maybe there's a pattern." We pulled out crumpled maps from our pockets, the paper dry and brittle. The bus line was supposed to follow the same streets every night, but here, the stops didn't match the map. Some had disappeared entirely, others duplicated or shifted. It was like the city was playing tricks, folding over itself. A low rumble disturbed the silence, and the streetlights flickered violently. We looked up to see the bus reappearing around the corner, slowing to a stop at the platform. But this time, the doors didn't open. The driver's face was obscured by shadows, and the passengers inside sat perfectly still, staring straight ahead with blank expressions. Why would it come back if it's not letting anyone off? I whispered. Mark shook his head. Maybe it's waiting for something. The bus remained there, engine humming softly, lights casting long, distorted beams onto the cracked pavement. I felt the weight of eyes on us, though no one moved. I glanced at Mark and saw the same question reflected in his gaze. "I think we need to get back on," he said quietly. "No," I replied before thinking. If the city's shifting, if people vanish, if the bus is... I don't know. Controlling this, then getting back on might trap us further. Mark's eyes narrowed. Or it might be the only way out. We stood there, the cold air settling into our bones, the silence thickening. Around us, the city seemed to hold its breath. Suddenly, a metallic click echoed behind us. I spun around and saw a woman standing in the shadows near the corner, a stranger, but her eyes were too sharp, too knowing. She wore a dark coat, collar pulled up against the chill, and held a small, flickering device that looked like a phone but wasn't quite right. The screen glowed with static, displaying lines of code or maybe garbled text. "You don't belong here," she said, voice low and steady. "None of you do." Mark and I exchanged a glance. The cold taste of dread spread across my tongue. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Where is here?" She took a step forward, the light catching the edge of a silver bracelet on her wrist. "This city is a loop. A trap built from broken signals and forgotten routes. People like you, curious, confused, get caught inside." I swallowed, heart thudding so hard I thought it might burst. "Can you help us?" Mark asked, voice barely above a whisper. She looked at us both, expression unreadable. "Maybe. But trust is a currency here, and it's running out." The bus door hissed open behind her. The driver's shadow stretched long, fingers tapping the steering wheel like a slow, deliberate rhythm. I had no idea what to do next. My hands trembled. The city's distorted hum filled my ears, matching the beat of my pulse. And I wasn't sure I could trust anyone anymore. The hiss of the bus door closing snapped me back. The driver's fingers tapped the wheel with that slow, deliberate rhythm, like some kind of Morse code I couldn't crack. The woman's words echoed in the stale air, thick with the smell of old vinyl seats and something metallic, maybe a hint of rust or sweat. "This city is a loop. A trap built from broken signals and forgotten routes." I swallowed hard, the dry scrape of my throat louder than the bus engine's low growl. Mark shifted beside me, eyes flicking between the woman and the driver's shadow. I noticed the way his jaw clenched, as if trying to bite down the rising panic. His breath came out sharp and uneven. I wanted to say something, anything, to break the tense silence, but my mouth had dried up completely. "So, what does that mean?" I managed, voice rough and uncertain. "We're stuck here?" The question sounded ridiculous, even to me. Stuck in a city that wasn't quite a city, where familiar faces vanished and everything warped a little with every stop. But the look the woman gave me told me she wasn't joking. Not just stuck, she said, stepping forward just enough to catch the flicker of the overhead light on her bracelet again. Trapped. You can't just leave because the exits don't lead out anymore. They loop you back inside, like the rest. I glanced out the window. The streetlights were the same dull orange, but the buildings had shifted again. The cafe we passed before was now a boarded-up lot. A man I swore I'd seen yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, was gone. The city was peeling away, layer by layer, like a bad oil painting left out in the rain. Mark cleared his throat. Why are we here? What's the point? Why trap people like us? The woman's eyes darkened. Because this place is a kind of experiment. A prison for people who don't fit the pattern. People who ask questions, who notice the cracks in the system. The technology, the networks, even the city infrastructure itself, it's all manipulated to keep us in. I blinked, trying to digest it. An experiment? A prison? I felt a cold trickle of something. Was it fear or disbelief? The bus lurched forward, tires rolling over rough asphalt that buzzed underfoot. The humming of the city swelled again, like it was alive and breathing around us. The signals, she continued quietly, are controlled. The bus route, the stops, the faces you see or don't see, they're all part of the pattern. The system watches, learns, adapts. It uses what it knows about you to keep you from leaving. Mark's eyes narrowed. Who runs it? The city? The government? Some kind of corporation? She shook her head. No one official. It's decentralized. A network of people, places, and systems that have become tangled. They don't want you to understand because understanding means resistance. I looked down at my hands, feeling the roughness of my palms against the smooth plastic seat. I wanted to believe there was a way out. I had to. But the woman's calm certainty was suffocating. A sudden jolt threw the bus sideways. The overhead lights flickered violently, casting the interior into a strobe of shadows and pale light. The driver's tapping stopped abruptly. Even the woman stiffened. Next stop, the driver said without looking at us. His voice was flat, like a recorded message playing out of sync. The woman's eyes met mine again. Once you step off, you can't come back. There's no turning back after this. I forced myself to breathe slower. Why? What happens if we try? She didn't answer right away. The bus rolled to a stop. Outside, the street looked unfamiliar. The buildings were taller, more glass than brick. The sky was a dull gray, the kind of heavy overcast that promised rain but never delivered. Mark was already standing. We need to get off. Figure this out. I hesitated. The air felt heavier, like breathing through wet wool. The woman's words were a warning, but also a challenge. Wait, I said, voice shaking. Are we really sure this is the right move? The woman met my gaze, her expression unreadable. There's no right move anymore. Just the next one. I nodded, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. The bus door hissed open again. The night air smelled different here, sharper, colder, with a hint of ozone. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, then silence. We stepped off together. The door closed behind us, sealing the bus in darkness. The street was empty, except for a figure standing across from us on the sidewalk. At first, I thought it was someone I knew, an old friend maybe, but then the face blurred, features shifting like a bad video feed. "Who's that?" I whispered. The woman glanced over, lips pressed tight. "Someone watching." I felt a prickling at the back of my neck. Mark pulled out his phone, screen cracked but still glowing faintly. He tried to unlock it. Nothing. The screen flickered and died. "No signal," he said, voice tight. The woman nodded. "They cut all contact. They want you isolated, dependent on the city's systems. Once you're here, you're part of the loop." The figure across the street took a step forward, then stopped. The face seemed to glitch again, like a bad image buffering endlessly. "Is it real?" I asked. "Or just another part of the trap?" She shrugged. "Does it matter?" I felt cold sweat bead on my forehead. The streetlights buzzed overhead, one flickering erratically. I could hear the distant hum of traffic, but no cars moved. The city was frozen in that moment between now and something else, something unknown. Mark looked around, then back at us. "We need to move. Stay together." I nodded, trying to steady my shaking legs. Something in the woman's eyes warned me not to trust anyone, not even her. But what choice did I have? We started walking down the street, the figure following behind us at a distance. The buildings seemed to lean in closer, windows reflecting distorted images that weren't quite right, faces missing, signs misspelled, colors muted like a TV with faulty wiring. I kept looking over my shoulder. The figure was always there, just out of reach. There was no way back now. The bus was gone, swallowed by the night. The city had shifted again, and with it, our reality. I realized, with a sinking certainty, that we had crossed a point of no return. And the trap was tightening. The air was colder now, sharper, like it had been scrubbed clean of everything familiar, leaving behind only the barest trace of what once was. "Why are we even moving?" I whispered, voice cracking. "Where could we go?" Mark didn't answer right away. His eyes darted between the warped windows, the warped reflections that made the buildings look like they were breathing. "Anywhere but here," he said finally. "If we stay in one place, that thing will catch us. Or worse." I swallowed hard. The figure that had been trailing us, always just on the edge of my vision, felt less like a person now. More like a shadow that had slipped from the cracks of the city itself. Or maybe it was a person, but one who'd lost their mind in this shifting nightmare. Either way, it was dangerous. The woman glanced back again, her eyes catching mine for a brief moment. There was something pleading in that look, but also something cold, calculating. I couldn't decide if she wanted to help or if she was just as trapped as we were, maybe even worse. We turned a corner, and the city shifted again. The street narrowed, buildings leaning in with cracked brick and peeling paint. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and something metallic, like old pennies or rusted pipes. My skin prickled, and I realized my hands were trembling. I tried to steady them against the rough plaster of a nearby wall. Mark shoved his phone into his pocket. "No signal," he said, voice low but tense. "Of course." I glanced at the screen anyway. Blank. No bars. No calls. Nothing. "Do you think this is some kind of glitch?" the woman asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Glitch," I repeated, skeptical. "This is too thorough, too deliberate." She shrugged, but didn't say more. We kept moving. The figure was still behind us, always just far enough away to keep us tense, but close enough to feel the weight of its presence. My stomach churned with every step. At one point, I thought I saw someone familiar, a man in a blue jacket walking across the street. But when I blinked, he was gone. Just empty pavement. The city was playing tricks, and I hated how easily it fooled me. Mark stopped suddenly. Wait. We all froze. The street was empty except for us, but the silence felt heavy, almost suffocating. I think, Mark said, voice tight, that the bus stop up ahead might be our only chance. Maybe the next shift won't happen there. I looked where he was pointing. The bus stop was a shattered skeleton of glass and metal. The sign overhead flickered weakly, the letters barely legible. Why there? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Because it's the last place we saw before everything changed. Maybe it's a kind of anchor. The woman nodded slowly. It's worth a try. We moved forward cautiously, my shoes crunching on broken glass. The night was too still, the kind of still that made your skin crawl. When we reached the stop, Mark pulled open the rusted door of a phone booth nearby. He tried the receiver. Dead. Nothing, he said, frustration bubbling under his breath. No signal, no dial tone, no connection. I glanced around. The cityscape had morphed again. Street signs were misspelled, Elm became Elm, Maple was just Emple. Even the pavement beneath my feet seemed to ripple slightly, like it wasn't quite solid. A low, distant rumble echoed through the streets. My heart skipped. The figure behind us was moving faster now, closing the gap. Stay close, Mark ordered, pulling the woman and me into a tighter cluster. I could smell the faint scent of sweat and something sour, like spoiled fruit, coming from her. It unsettled me. Then something caught my eye, a flicker of movement at the edge of the bus shelter's dim light. A face, maybe? No, just a shadow. But it was shaped like a person. Did you see that? I whispered. Mark nodded, eyes narrowing. Yeah. We're not alone. The figure stepped into the light suddenly, and my breath caught. It wasn't a shadow, it was a woman. Pale, with dark hair plastered to her face. Her eyes were wide, unblinking. She took a slow step forward, then another. Who are you? Mark demanded, voice steady but loud enough to break the silence. She didn't answer. Instead, she smiled, a slow, unsettling curve of her lips that didn't reach her eyes. Stop, the woman beside me said sharply, grabbing my arm. Don't trust her. I wanted to move, to run, but my feet felt glued to the cracked pavement. The pale woman's smile grew wider, her eyes glinting with something cold and empty. Help us, she whispered, voice like a dry leaf scraping against stone. Or you'll never leave. Mark stepped forward, raising a hand as if to block her advance, but she vanished. Just like that. Gone. No footsteps, no sound. The streetlights flickered violently, plunging us into near darkness before a single, harsh bulb stayed lit overhead, casting long, distorted shadows. My heart hammered. The woman beside me was breathing hard, her face pale but expression unreadable. We have to keep moving, Mark said, voice barely above a growl. But where? I asked, voice cracking again. He looked up the street. The city was changing again, buildings twisting, streets bending in impossible ways. There's nowhere anymore, he said. Only forward. I wanted to argue, to say we should stay put, to find safety in stillness, but I couldn't. The city was closing in, the trap tightening with every breath. Behind us, the figure was back, closer than before. I could feel its gaze like ice on my neck. I swallowed the dry lump in my throat. My hands trembled so hard I could barely hold onto the woman's arm. Let's go, Mark said, pulling us along. The city dissolved into darkness as we moved forward, the buzz of the streetlights fading into a low hum. I kept looking back, but all I saw was a wall of black, stretching endlessly behind us. And a whisper in the wind, soft and relentless, "You can't escape." I didn't know if it was the figure or my own mind playing tricks. But I knew one thing for certain. We were losing. The city was winning. The bus slowed, its brakes sighing like an old man settling into a chair. I gripped the seat's cracked vinyl, the faint smell of damp upholstery mingling with the stale scent of sweat and exhaust. Outside, the city shifted again, not wildly, like before, but with a subtle, almost imperceptible rawness that crawled beneath my skin. Familiar streets stretched out, but their angles were off, like a photograph stretched unevenly. Buildings I knew had windows where walls should have been. The usual buzz of city life was muted, replaced by an uneasy quiet broken only by the distant rumble of traffic that seemed just out of sync. This was my stop. The one I'd been waiting for, hoping would be normal. Hoping would mean normal. I stood up carefully, my legs shaky from hours trapped in the bus's stale air. Around me, the other passengers stirred, their faces drawn tight with the same restless tension I felt. Some looked through the windows, others at their phones, but all seemed caught in the same silent question: where are we really? I stepped off onto the cracked pavement. The roughness bit into the soles of my shoes. The air was colder here, sharper, with a faint metallic tang that made my tongue itch. I glanced back at the bus. It was already pulling away, its engine humming a low, mechanical lullaby that felt less like a vehicle and more like a cage on wheels. This place. It should have been my city, but the absence of people I knew was a gaping wound. No familiar faces in sight. No laughter from the corner cafe. No dog barking from the park. Just empty streets lined with buildings that seemed to lean in, watching. A sudden noise jerked me from my thoughts, a door slamming somewhere down the block. I spun around. A man stood silhouetted in the shadow of an alleyway, hands shoved deep in his coat pockets. His face was obscured, but his presence was unmistakable. Not threatening, exactly, but uncomfortably deliberate. Like a question I wasn't ready to answer. "Hey," I called out, voice hoarse. "Do you know where I am?" He didn't move. Just stood there, still as a statue, as if waiting for something. I swallowed hard, the dry air scraping my throat. "I'm trying to get home." The man tilted his head slightly, then turned and walked away without a word. His footsteps echoed sharply, bouncing off the walls like a heartbeat out of sync. I watched until he disappeared around the corner. The silence returned. He was gone, but the way his presence had settled over the street lingered, thick and heavy. I kept walking. Each step felt more deliberate, as if the city itself was resisting my progress. The street signs flickered, their letters warping and rearranging when I blinked. A bus stop bench near the corner was coated in a thin layer of frost, despite the mild afternoon. I reached out, finger trembling, and touched the cold wood. It felt real, solid and unyielding, yet utterly out of place. I passed a newsstand. The headlines were scrambled nonsense. Words jumbled together, headlines about events that hadn't happened or that I couldn't place. I tried to read, to find something familiar, but the letters shifted under my gaze, stubbornly refusing to settle. A sudden gust carried a faint smell of burnt coffee and something else, something metallic and sharp. My stomach twisted. The city wasn't just wrong, it was hostile. I realized I was holding my breath. I let it out slowly, trying to ground myself. This had to be a trap. A trick of the mind. The bus, the missing people, the glitches, surely there was a logical explanation. Then I heard it, footsteps behind me. Slow, measured, keeping pace. I stopped, heart skipping in its cage. The sound stopped too. I turned quickly. No one. Just the empty street, stretching into a fogged horizon where the sky and buildings blurred together, colors bleeding in the overcast light. I tried to shake off the creeping dread. I told myself I was imagining things. The bus, the strange city, the missing faces, it was all a kind of collective hallucination, maybe a mass panic sparked by something as simple as a power failure or a citywide disruption. That made sense. It had to. But the feeling didn't go away. I kept walking. After what felt like hours, I found myself at the edge of a park. The grass was patchy, brown in places, but the trees stood tall, their branches bare and brittle against the gray sky. A bench sat beneath one of them, and something about it made me stop. I sat down, the rough wood pressing into my palms. I closed my eyes, trying to remember how it had felt to live in this city before it started unraveling. The smell of fresh bread from the bakery on 7th. The sound of children chasing pigeons near the fountain. The warmth of the sun on my face during the long summer evenings. I opened my eyes to find a woman sitting a few feet away. She was older, with silver-streaked hair tucked behind her ears, and eyes that held a strange mixture of kindness and exhaustion. She looked up from the book in her lap and smiled softly. "You look lost," she said. I wanted to say the same to her. "You're not from here, are you?" She shook her head. "Not really. But I know this place better than most." Her voice was steady, almost soothing, and for a moment, I wanted to believe her. I nodded slowly. "I'm trying to get back. To the real city." She closed her book and leaned forward. "There's no going back," she said quietly. "Not the way you think." I frowned. "What do you mean?" She glanced around, as if checking for listeners. "This place," she tapped the book gently, "it's a mirror. Not of the world outside, but of the world inside. Everyone's fears, doubts, memories. It's all tangled up in the streets and buildings, in the air we breathe here." I stared at her. It made no sense, yet somehow it did. A city that reflected the fractured parts of its people. That explained the missing faces and the glitches in technology. The shifting reality wasn't supernatural. It was psychological. Collective trauma given form. So, what? We're trapped in our own minds? The words sounded hollow even as I said them. More or less. But it's not just a prison. It's a test. To see who can face what they've lost and who will be swallowed by it. I looked away, swallowing the lump rising in my throat. I thought of my family, of the friends who had vanished like shadows at dusk. Of the life I'd known, now a fading echo. Is there a way out? I asked. She smiled sadly. There's always a way out. But it requires letting go. That word hit me like a cold wave. Letting go. Of what? Hope? Fear? The desperate need to find answers? I wasn't sure. Story 4, Unseen Nights, Memories That Lie. I found the first photograph on a Tuesday morning, wedged between the pages of a book I hadn't opened in years. That morning started like most others. The sun was just pulling itself over the rooftops outside my apartment window, the faint smell of rain still clinging to the air from an overnight drizzle. I'd brewed my coffee black, no sugar, and sat down at the kitchen table with a paperback I'd meant to finish months ago. That book, I think it was some old mystery novel, was the one holding the photo, loose and forgotten between two dog-eared pages. I must have dropped it there during a move or while searching for something else entirely. The photo slipped almost silently onto the table as I pulled the pages apart. I turned it over and over. The edges were worn, the colors a little faded, but the faces were sharp enough. People in party clothes, a dimly lit room, maybe a bar or a gallery. Not the sort of place I typically go. I didn't remember being there. I'm usually cautious, the kind of person who thinks twice before stepping into noisy crowds or unfamiliar spaces. I'm not exactly the life of any party. The coffee was cooling on the table, bitter and stale now. I tried to recall the night in question. Nothing. Not a flicker. No vague impressions. It was like the photo was a fragment from someone else's life, someone who looked like me but wasn't me at all. I slid the photo across the table and glanced around my apartment, suddenly aware of how quiet everything was. The walls, painted a dull beige, felt more like a cage than a home. The ticking clock on the wall was the loudest thing in the room. My fingers drummed on the wood surface, uneven and restless. I got up and walked to the window, pushing the curtain aside. The street below was just waking up. A kid on a skateboard scraped past, wheels rattling against cracked pavement. A dog barked somewhere down the block, sharp and sudden, then quiet again. The city smelled of wet concrete and faint exhaust fumes. I breathed it in, trying to steady myself. I told myself I was overthinking it. Maybe I'd gone to the event and forgotten. Maybe something about that night had slipped through the cracks of my memory. It wasn't impossible. I'd been snowed under with work lately, and sleep was scarce. But even so, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Curiosity gnawed at me. I rummaged through the rest of the book's pages, hoping to find more. And then I found another. Different night, different group of people. Again, there I was. Smiling, chatting, or just standing awkwardly in the background. The dates were scattered over the past year. None of them made sense. I was sweating suddenly, the air in the room feeling too warm. My hands trembled as I stacked the photos on the table, a small mountain of evidence that contradicted everything I thought I knew about my own life. Shadows stretched across the walls, distorted by the morning sun filtering through the blinds. The phone buzzed on the counter. I jumped. It was a text from my friend, Mara. Lunch today? Heard about that new cafe on 5th. I typed back quickly, sure. Noon? The screen felt sticky under my fingertips. I wiped my hands on my jeans, but the unease clung to me like a second skin. I left the photos on the table and tried to focus on the day ahead. Work was a jumble of emails and meetings, the usual grind, but my mind kept drifting back to those images. Who had taken them? Why? And why couldn't I remember any of it? I got out the door with a hurried nod to the doorman, the chill of the morning air sharp against my skin. The city was a cacophony of noises, the distant rumble of buses, the scrape of shoes on pavement, a radio playing faintly from a passing car. I pulled my coat tighter around me. Lunch with Mara was a welcome distraction. She was easy to talk to, bright and grounded. But when I mentioned the photos, her smile faltered. Are you sure you're okay? That sounds weird. I laughed, but it felt hollow. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. She didn't press. Instead, she changed the subject, asking about my work in the new apartment. Still, I caught the flicker in her eyes, that subtle worry that maybe I was unraveling. Back home that evening, the apartment felt colder. I left the photos spread across the kitchen table, unable to pack them away just yet. The room was quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerator and the soft ticking of the clock. I sat down and stared at the largest photo again. My fingers traced the outline of my face, searching for clues I couldn't find. The texture of the paper was smooth but somehow unreal. I could almost taste the stale beer and perfume in the air captured by the camera, smell the faint musk of other people's cologne. It was a moment frozen, but my memory was an empty void. Later, as I lay in bed, The city outside was alive with distant sirens and the murmur of late-night traffic. I flipped the photograph over in my mind, questioning everything. Was someone else living my life? Was someone else shaping my reality? Sleep didn't come easy. Shadows moved behind my closed eyelids, indistinct but persistent. My thoughts circled around the photos, the strangers, the places I never recalled visiting. The more I tried to remember, the deeper the fog grew. And then, just before dawn, a soft knock at the door jolted me upright. It was light, hesitant. I wasn't expecting anyone. My breath caught in my throat. I told myself it was probably the neighbor, or maybe the delivery person making an early mistake. Still, the unease settled like a stone in my stomach. I stayed frozen, listening. The knock came again. A pause. Then a voice, barely above a whisper, "Are you awake?" I didn't answer. My hands gripped the sheets, cold and clammy. The sound drifted away slowly, footsteps retreating down the hall. Silence. Complete silence. I don't know how long I sat there, heart thumping loud enough to fill the room. Outside, the sky was turning pale with the first light of day. And I knew then that the photographs were only the beginning. The knock had faded, but the silence left behind felt heavier somehow, like the air itself was holding its breath. I didn't sleep again. Not really. Instead, I sat on the edge of the bed, the photographs spread out before me like a puzzle I couldn't solve. Faces I didn't recognize, places I couldn't place. But there I was, smiling, laughing, shaking hands with strangers. How was that possible? I rubbed my temples, trying to force a memory loose, but it was like trying to grasp smoke. By mid-morning, exhaustion had settled into my bones, but the need to find answers was stronger. I couldn't just sit here, spinning in circles. I grabbed my phone and started scrolling through messages and emails, hoping for a clue. Something. Anything. Most of the messages were routine bills, newsletters, work reminders. But then I found a thread I didn't remember opening, a conversation with someone named Lena. The messages were casual, familiar, plans to meet, references to shared friends, jokes I couldn't recall. A photo attached showed us at some kind of gallery event, both smiling, glasses raised. I stared at it, my stomach twisting. Who was Lena? Why couldn't I remember meeting her? I tapped her number, heart thumping. No answer. Left a message. Then another. No response. I felt like I was chasing shadows. The phone buzzed before I could put it down. An unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. Hello? A woman's voice, calm but firm. You don't know me. Yet. But I need you to listen carefully. You're in danger. I blinked. Who is this? No time for introductions. You've been targeted. Someone is erasing your past, rewriting it. If you keep digging, they'll come after you. My hands trembled. Who? What are you talking about? Watch your back. Trust no one. And don't answer calls from numbers you don't recognize. I'll be in touch. The line went dead. I sat there, heart pounding, the phone slipping from my fingers. The room seemed colder, darker. Outside, the street below buzzed with life, oblivious. I knew then I wasn't imagining things. Someone was manipulating me. And now, they knew I was onto them. I needed help. But who could I trust? The first person that came to mind was Mia, my closest friend, or at least, the one I thought I knew best. I grabbed my jacket and headed out, the city's noise swallowing my footsteps. Her apartment was a few blocks away, nestled between a florist and a tiny cafe that smelled like cinnamon and burnt sugar. I knocked, heart thrumming so loud I was sure she could hear it through the door. Nia opened it, hair pulled back in a loose bun, eyes bright but tired. "You look terrible," she said, stepping aside. I stepped in, the warmth and faint scent of jasmine greeting me. "I need to talk." We sat at her kitchen table, the morning sun casting long shadows. I laid out the photos, the messages, the call. She frowned. "This is serious. But also, why didn't you tell me before? You could have come to me." I didn't want to believe it. And then the knock last night. Nia's eyes narrowed. "Knock?" I told her everything. She listened, silent but attentive. When I finished, she rubbed her temples. "We need to be careful. Whoever's behind this knows what they're doing. And they're watching." A sudden noise from the hallway made us both jump. I held my breath. "Probably the landlord," Nia said, standing up to peek through the peephole. No one there. Just the empty, dimly lit corridor. I felt exposed. Nia sat back down, eyes sharp. "We should check your place thoroughly." "Cameras? Anything unusual?" I shook my head. "Nothing, as far as I know." She pulled out her phone. "I have a friend works in IT security. If someone's hacking your phone, your emails, even your identity, he might find traces." Hope flickered. "Okay." We agreed to meet him later that day. Back at my apartment, I tried to focus but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The curtains were drawn, yet the sunlight seemed to press in through the thin fabric, casting strange shadows. I paced, fingers brushing over the rough plaster walls, the familiar creaks and groans of the building now unsettling. Then, something caught my eye, a small, almost imperceptible scratch near the doorframe. I hadn't noticed it before. I crouched, tracing it with a fingertip. It looked fresh. My breath hitched. Had someone been inside? Or was it a warning? I pulled out my laptop, opening the photo files again. Zooming in, I noticed something strange in one of the pictures, a reflection in a window behind me. A figure, blurred but unmistakably there, watching. I stared, heart hammering. Who was that? Later, Nia's friend, Alex, arrived at the cafe where we met. He was tall, lanky, with sharp eyes that missed nothing. Over steaming cups of black coffee, he ran through my phone's data. "There's definitely been unauthorized access," he said, scrolling through logs. "Someone's been deleting messages, altering calendar events. They've created fake ones, 2 events you never attended but are now in your digital footprint." I swallowed. Why would anyone go to such lengths? "Control," Alex said. "Manipulating your reality, your identity. If you can't trust your own memories, you're easier to influence." The weight of that sentence settled over me like a storm cloud. "And these photos?" I asked, voice low. "Likely staged, or taken without your knowledge. But the fact they're everywhere, social media, private databases, it's a coordinated effort." I felt a cold sweat on my back. Alex looked up. "You need to be careful. Whoever's doing this might escalate if you push too hard." Nia reached across the table, squeezing my hand. "We'll figure this out. Together." But even as she spoke, I saw the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Was it worry? Doubt? Or something else? On the way home, the city seemed different. The familiar streets now felt labyrinthine, every passerby a potential stranger with hidden motives. My phone buzzed again, another unknown number. I didn't answer. Instead, I walked faster, the chill air biting at my cheeks. At my building, I paused, staring up at the windows. One light flickered erratically, then went out. Inside, the silence was thick, waiting. I unlocked the door, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. And then, in the dim hallway light, I saw it, another message, scrawled hastily on a sticky note taped to my door. "Stop digging, or you'll disappear." The paper trembled slightly in the draft. A warning. Or a promise. I peeled it off slowly, fingers numb. The photographs were only the beginning. Now, the game was real. And I was trapped in it. I stood there for a long time, the sticky note clutched between my fingers like a fragile threat. The night outside was colder than I expected. I pulled my coat tighter, the fabric rough against my skin. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden, then silence. The light above my window flickered again, hesitating before steadying. I stared at it, the pattern somehow mocking. Flicker. Flicker. Then nothing. Darkness. I shoved the note into my pocket, the paper crumpling with the pressure. My phone buzzed again, another unknown number. The screen glowed in the dark hallway. No way I was answering. Not now. I needed to think. To breathe. To figure out what I was really up against. Inside, I sank onto the worn couch, the fabric cool and threadbare beneath me. The photographs, those damned photographs, kept spinning in my mind. Events I had no memory of, faces that smiled like they knew me better than I knew myself. Was I losing my mind? Or was someone rewriting the story of my life, one frame at a time? I tried calling Emma, but voicemail. Twice. She didn't pick up. Odd. She promised she'd help, hadn't she? Or was that just another illusion I was clinging to? Frustration bubbled up, sharp and bitter. I stood, pacing, the worn floor creaking beneath my feet. The apartment smelled faintly of damp and old paper, the scent oddly comforting. I rummaged through my desk drawer, fingers brushing against the edges of envelopes and a small, unmarked USB drive I hadn't noticed before. Where had it come from? I didn't remember putting it there. Curiosity gnawed at me. I plugged it into my laptop. The screen blinked to life, revealing a folder labeled simply, Proof. Inside, dozens of files. Videos, documents, images all centered on me. But not the me I recognized. This was a version of myself who met strangers in dim cafes, exchanged hushed conversations on park benches, and handed over envelopes filled with cash. One video showed me, or someone who looked exactly like me, talking to a man whose face was always just out of frame. The angle too deliberate to be accidental. I rewound and played it again. My hands trembled as I watched myself speak in a tone that was wrong, unfamiliar. The words were clipped, rehearsed. I didn't recognize the voice. But the face, my face, was unmistakable. A chill crept up my spine. Someone else was living my life. Or at least pretending to. But why? And how? The sound of my phone buzzing startled me. This time, it was a text from Emma, meet me at the cafe on 5th. Now. Urgent. No time to hesitate. I grabbed my coat, the weight of the unknown pressing down on my chest. Outside, the city was a blur of neon and rain-slick streets. The air smelled of gasoline and wet asphalt, sharp and biting. At the cafe, Emma was already there, staring at her phone, her face pale in the dim light. Her eyes lifted when I approached, shadows beneath them deepening. I didn't know where else to go, she said, voice low. They're watching. More than just you. I sat opposite her, searching her face for answers. Who, Emma? Who's doing this? She hesitated, biting her lip. I think it's a group. People who want to control narratives. People who erase identities like they're files on a computer. The words felt heavy, ridiculous even. But the look in her eyes told me she believed it. And if she believed it, maybe I had no choice but to believe it too. We can fight this, she whispered. But it means no more running. No more hiding. You're in deeper than you realize. Her hand found mine across the table, steadying. I wanted to pull away, to scream, to bolt. But instead, I nodded. The path was set, the point of no return crossed. As we left the cafe, the city seemed to close in around us. Every shadow could hide a watcher. Every passerby a threat. My phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. This time, I answered. A voice, distorted and calm, spoke softly. You're not who you think you are. And if you keep digging, there won't be anything left of you to find. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. The game wasn't just real. It was already controlling me. And somewhere deep inside, I knew there was no going back. The line went dead before I could respond, leaving only the faint hum of the cafe's espresso machine to fill the silence. My hands trembled slightly as I slipped the phone into my pocket, eyes darting to the window. The city's relentless pulse seemed to quicken, narrowing the rapid beat of my heart. Who was behind this warning? And what truths had I unwittingly uncovered? I pushed back my chair, the scrape against the floor loud enough to draw a glance from a nearby patron. With a forced calm, I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The streets were slick with recent rain, reflections of neon signs shimmering in puddles like distorted mirrors. Every step felt heavy, weighted with the knowledge that my life had just shifted beneath my feet. I needed answers, yet every instinct screamed for caution. The dossier I'd found last week, the strange emails, the anonymous tips, they all converged into a tangled web far more dangerous than I'd imagined. The city, once a backdrop to my mundane existence, now seemed an uncharted labyrinth, filled with shadows that whispered secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. A sudden movement caught my eye, a figure in a dark coat slipping into an alley across the street. My breath hitched. Was this coincidence, or another piece of the puzzle stepping into view? I hesitated, torn between the urge to follow and the primal fear urging me to flee. But the truth was a siren's call, impossible to ignore. Taking a deep breath, I crossed the street, the echo of my footsteps swallowed by the night. Whatever awaited me in that alley, I was committed now. There was no turning back. The alley swallowed me whole before I could blink. I caught a glimpse of the figure ahead, a dark coat blending into the shadows, steps quick but deliberate. The streetlight overhead flickered, casting a stuttering glow that made the scene feel fractured, like I was watching the world through a broken film reel. The distant barking of a dog echoed, sharp and sudden, then vanished as if it had never been. I hesitated, fingers curling into fists at my sides. The urge to turn around gnawed at me, but the questions clawing inside my mind wouldn't let me back down now. Someone was rewriting the story of my life, and this chase through the night felt like the first real chance to catch the author. "Hey," I called out, voice low but steady. Wait. No answer. Just the sound of my breath, uneven, trailing behind me. I moved faster. The figure paused beneath a flickering street lamp, head tilting slightly, as if weighing the risk. I caught a flash of a face, not quite clear, but enough to twist my stomach. Familiar, yet wrong. Like a photograph someone had doctored carelessly. Then, before I could close the distance, the figure slipped through a narrow gap between two buildings. The alley narrowed further, walls closing in like the pages of a book folding shut. My pulse thudded painfully against my ribs. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste in my mouth thickening as I rounded the corner. The figure was gone. Only silence. Complete silence. I stopped. The city's usual noises, the hum of distant traffic, the murmur of night shift workers, the occasional shout from a late bar were absent here. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting. I ran a hand over the rough plaster of the wall, feeling the cold grit beneath my fingertips. My chest heaved, lungs burning, but my mind refused to quiet. That face. I knew it. Had to know it. The person manipulating my reality was close, too close. Then, from the darkness, a voice smooth, unnervingly calm. "You shouldn't be here," it said. I spun around, heart pounding so loud I thought it might give me away. A man stepped out of the shadows, face partly obscured by the low brim of a hat. His eyes, sharp and unblinking, bore into mine. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. He smiled, thin and cold. "Someone who's been watching you for a long time." The words landed like stones. I could taste the bitterness rising in my throat. "Why? What do you want from me?" He took a slow step forward. The smell of cheap cologne and stale cigarettes drifted off him. "You're in over your head. Trying to dig up things that were meant to stay buried isn't a game." My hands trembled, but I forced them to stay at my sides. "I deserve to know the truth." "Do you?" His voice dropped, almost a whisper. "Some truths don't free you. They cage you." Cold sweat prickled at my neck. The city's chill wrapped around me tighter, like a noose slowly closing. I wanted to ask more, to push harder, but my mouth felt dry, words sticking halfway out. He paused, then said, "Walk with me." Against every instinct, I nodded. The alley's end was just ahead, an exit into a quieter street lined with shuttered shops and flickering neon signs. I followed, every nerve screaming. As we stepped into the dim light, I noticed something else, tiny, almost imperceptible. A flicker in the man's expression, a hesitation that didn't quite fit his confident mask. Maybe he was nervous. Or maybe it was a trick. "You know about the photos," he said, voice low, like sharing a secret. "The ones you weren't supposed to see." I nodded again, eyes locked on his. "Yes. And the emails. The dossier." He sighed, a sound heavy with exhaustion. "It's bigger than you think. Bigger than anyone wants you to understand." "Then help me," I said, voice cracking. "Tell me what's going on." He hesitated, then glanced over his shoulder, as if expecting someone or something to appear. "There are people who don't want you asking questions. People with power and patience." A sudden noise shattered the moment, footsteps, sharp and approaching fast from the alley behind us. My heart slammed against my ribs. The man's eyes flicked back, and without warning, he grabbed my arm, pulling me into the shadow of a recessed doorway. We pressed close, breath mingling in the cold air. The footsteps came closer, uneven, cautious. I could hear the scrape of shoes against the pavement, the clink of a metal object hanging from a chain. The man's grip tightened, fingers digging into my skin. "Stay quiet." I nodded, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps paused directly outside the doorway. A voice, female, low and cold, murmured something I couldn't make out. Then a soft laugh, like ice breaking. The woman moved on, footsteps fading into the night. I exhaled slowly, the weight of the moment pressing into my chest. The man pulled me upright, eyes scanning the street. "They're watching," he said grimly. "Always." I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. What do you want from me? He looked away, jaw clenched. To keep you alive. For now. His words were both a promise and a threat. I wanted to believe him. Needed to. But something deep inside me whispered that I was just a pawn in a game far darker than I understood. As we stepped back into the streetlight, my phone buzzed in my pocket, the screen lighting up with a message from an unknown number. Stop digging, or you disappear. The city pulsed around us, indifferent and endless. I glanced at the man beside me, searching for answers in his shadowed face. This was no longer just about photographs or false memories. It was a fight for my mind, my freedom, maybe even my life. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on before everything I thought was real shattered completely. The streetlight faded behind us as we moved away, swallowed by the night's indifferent shadows. My phone buzzed again, cutting through the thick silence between us. The screen glowed with the same unknown number. Stop digging, or you disappear. The message felt like a cold hand closing around my throat, a warning etched into the night air. I glanced sideways at the man. His eyes were distant now, lost in some private calculation, but his grip on my arm remained firm. We can't stay here, he said quietly. Too many eyes. His voice was low, but there was steel beneath it. You're not safe, not anywhere. I nodded, though the weight of exhaustion pressed into my bones. The city around us buzzed with its usual chaos, distant sirens, the murmur of late-night traffic, a dog barking somewhere far away. But beneath that, I could feel the close, suffocating pressure of unseen watchers. The street lamps flickered overhead, their light wavering like a fragile pulse. We moved quickly, slipping into a narrower side street where the buildings leaned close, their rough plaster walls rough under my fingertips as I steadied myself. I wanted to believe this man was on my side, but a part of me recoiled at the thought. How much did he know? How deep was this web? Every step felt like a step deeper into a maze where the walls might close in without warning. We reached a small cafe still open, its windows steamed with heat. The smell of brewing coffee and baked bread was almost comforting. We sat in a corner booth, faces half hidden in the dim light. I needed answers. Desperately. Who are they? I asked. Why me? What do they want? He rubbed the back of his neck, looking down at the scratched surface of the table. It's not just you. There's a pattern. People like you, people whose lives can be rewritten like a story. Photos you don't remember, events you never attended. It's a way to control, to erase, to replace. A kind of identity theft, but deeper. More dangerous. I shivered, the cafe's warmth failing to reach my bones. But why? Who benefits? He looked up, eyes sharp now. Power. Influence. Sometimes it's just someone with too much time and too few scruples. Other times, it's bigger corporations, governments, secret networks. They want clean slates. People they can mold. You stumbled too close. The words settled over me like a shroud. I thought of the photographs, me smiling at events I had no memory of, my face bright and familiar to strangers. What if none of it was real? What if I was just a character in someone else's script? I took out my phone, scrolling through every image, every message I'd received from unknown numbers, every suspicious email. There were patterns, subtle but their contacts erased from my history, bank transactions that didn't add up, appointments I'd never attended but were logged in some system. Can I fight this? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Or am I just running in circles? He shrugged, a tired gesture. You can fight, but it's not a clean fight. They'll push back. They'll try to isolate you, make you doubt yourself. That's their game. I looked up, meeting his gaze. I don't want to lose myself. You already changed, he said softly. But maybe that's not all bad. Outside, the cafe's front door swung open with a creak, drawing my attention. A cold draft slipped inside, carrying the faint scent of rain and something metallic. I turned instinctively, but the street was empty. My pulse quickened. The man noticed. They're close. We have to move. Back on the street, the night had deepened. The city's pulse seemed slower, heavier. Streetlights flickered like tired eyes. I felt exposed, vulnerable, the shadows pressing in from all sides. We didn't talk much on the way to his place, an unremarkable apartment on the 3rd floor of a building that had seen better days. The air inside was stale, the faint hum of an old radiator filling the room. He pulled out a laptop, fingers moving swiftly over the keys. Here, he said, showing me a map dotted with points. These are people like you. Others who vanished, who were rewritten. Some disappeared completely. Others managed to break free. I scanned the screen, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. And you? How do you fit in? He hesitated, then said, I used to work for them. Helped with the manipulation, data, records, surveillance. But I left. I'm trying to undo what I helped start. I stared at him, trying to read the truth. Was this man a savior or another thread in the tangled web? Why help me now? I asked. Because you reminded me what it means to be human, he said quietly. Not a file, not a name on a list. Someone with a past, a future. Someone who deserves to fight back. The night stretched ahead, long and uncertain. I didn't know what was waiting for me at dawn, another message, another threat, maybe even freedom. But for the first time in weeks, I felt a fragile flicker of something I hadn't dared hope for, control. I stayed awake until the pale light seeped through the cracked blinds, listening to the city waking up. The sounds were different now, softer, less menacing. A distant bird sang, tentative and clear. I realized something else. I wasn't the same person who had first found those photographs. The fight had changed me, made me sharper, more cautious. Maybe even stronger. The horror wasn't just in the manipulation or the threats. It was in the loss of certainty, the slow erosion of trust in oneself. But I'd learned to hold on, to question, to resist. As morning spilled across the floor, I looked at the man beside me. He was no longer just a stranger. He was my ally. Maybe the only one I had. We keep going, I said, voice steady now. No matter what. He nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. Always. Outside, the city breathed with 1,000 secrets. I didn't know what the next chapter held, but I knew I would face it awake, eyes open, heart ready. Because the truth was still out there. And I wasn't going to disappear. Story 5, Forgotten Frames, Photographs of Impossible Memories. I found the box on a Tuesday afternoon, wedged behind the dusty old radiator in the basement. I'd been digging around in the basement looking for a spare extension cord when my fingers grazed the corner of a battered cardboard box. It was heavier than I expected. I pulled it out and set it on the cracked concrete floor, the rough surface scraping my palms. The box was taped shut with yellowed masking tape, the kind that crumbles when you try to peel it off. I hesitated for a moment, a small flicker of curiosity gnawing at me, then tore the tape away. Inside were loose photographs, some in old plastic sleeves, others just stacked haphazardly. The pictures were faded, curled at the edges, the kind of images that make you squint to see the details. I knelt down, sorting through them slowly, the air around me growing colder, or maybe that was just the basement settling into evening's chill. The light from the single bare bulb overhead flickered, casting long shadows that made the corners of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, seem deeper. At first, the photos were familiar: birthday parties in our backyard, family vacations to the lake, my parents smiling awkwardly at the camera. Then I came across one that stopped me cold. It was me. Or at least, it looked like me. Except the setting was strange. A narrow cobblestone street lined with buildings I didn't recognize. I was wearing a red jacket, standing in front of a cafe with a faded awning that read something like Cafe Rosso. The date scribbled on the back was 1988, which made sense given my age. But I never went to any European city as a child. My parents certainly never mentioned anything like that. I flipped the photo over and over, feeling the grainy texture beneath my fingers. Then another. And another. Each image showed me in a place I had no memory of visiting: parks, streets, museums, even a market with strange fruits piled high on wooden crates. The dates spanned several years, but none matched any trip my parents ever took or stories I'd been told. At first, I thought maybe my memory was just faulty. A trick of time, perhaps. But the more photos I pulled out, the more impossible it felt. I knew the house I grew up in like the back of my hand. I remembered the road to school, the playground by the library, even the corner store where I bought candy. None of those places matched what I was seeing here. I sat back against the wall, the cold concrete pressing into my spine. The box slipped from my hands, and a faint thud echoed in the quiet room. My breath caught. I could hear the faint hum of traffic from the street outside, distant but steady. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and brief. Why would these photos exist? And who took them? My parents wouldn't have kept pictures of places we never visited. Not without telling me. I stood up, the stale air making me cough. The basement light blinked again, then steadied. I glanced at the doorway, half expecting someone to be standing there. No one. Just the empty hallway and the muffled sounds of the house settling. I carried the box upstairs, the weight heavier now, not just physically, but with a strange, sinking feeling I couldn't shake. In the kitchen, I spread the photos across the oak table, the late afternoon sun filtering through the blinds and casting thin stripes of light and shadow. The air smelled faintly of coffee and something else, burnt toast, maybe. Mom's old kettle was whistling softly on the stove. I called my mother, my fingers trembling slightly as I dialed. Her voice was warm, familiar, like a blanket on a cold night. I told her about the photos, my voice catching on the words as I described the strange places. She was quiet for a moment, then said, "That's odd. I don't remember those trips. Are you sure they're from our family?" I nodded, though she couldn't see me. "They're in an old box in the basement. I found them today." "Maybe someone else's pictures got mixed in with ours," she suggested. You know how things get with old boxes. But I didn't feel reassured. Something was off. I could hear it in her tone, a hesitation, a subtle shift. Like she was holding back. After we hung up, I sat back in my chair, trying to focus on the familiar creak of the house around me. The walls seemed to lean in a little closer, the air thicker. I looked at the photos again. There was me, smiling at the camera one moment, then staring blankly the next, as if I was a stranger in a strange land. I pulled out my phone and started searching for the cafe name, the street names, anything that could place these scenes. The internet gave me nothing but dead ends and vague matches. It was like the streets were from a dream or a memory that wasn't mine. I glanced toward the window. The sky was bruised purple, clouds gathering as if ready to burst. A cool gust rattled the blinds. I shivered, even though the heater was on. I tried to shake the feeling, but it clung stubbornly. Something about those photos felt deliberate, as if someone wanted me to see them. But why? And how? Later that night, I lay awake listening to the quiet pulse of the house. The old floorboards creaked in the dark, and the faint sound of a clock ticking somewhere down the hall marked time in a steady rhythm. My mind circled around the photographs, the faces, the impossible places. I touched the edge of the box, now sitting on the floor beside my bed. The cardboard was rough under my fingertips, the tape sticky and brittle. I whispered to myself, "This doesn't add up." And it didn't. Somewhere in the silence, the house seemed to hold its breath. Waiting. I didn't know it then, but that was the moment everything started to unravel. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the floorboards and the steady tick of the wall clock, which now seemed louder than before. I reached over and picked up the box again, the rough cardboard edges biting into my palm. The tape that sealed it was brittle, yellowed by time, but it hadn't been opened in years. Yet someone had slipped those photos inside, someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I couldn't just let it go. Morning came slow and gray, the sky still heavy with that bruised purple hue from the night before. I shuffled to the kitchen, the cold floor chilling my bare feet, and made coffee, the bitter scent filling the cramped space. I sat by the window, staring out at the quiet street, the neighbor's dog barking in the distance, a sound that felt too ordinary, too normal compared to the chaos in my head. I tried to shake the lingering unease, but it clung like damp clothes. I knew I had to start somewhere. The obvious place was to check if the photos were doctored. But how? I wasn't an expert in photo editing, and the images looked genuine, grainy, faded, like any old snapshots from the 90s. No obvious signs of tampering. Still, I needed proof, something concrete to show someone else. I pulled out my laptop and began searching. Online forums, tutorials, even amateur photography groups. Anything that could help me spot inconsistencies. I uploaded one of the images to a few analysis tools, watching as the progress bars crawled across the screen. Nothing unusual popped up. No digital fingerprints. No signs of layering or manipulation. That only deepened the mystery. If the photos weren't doctored, then what were they? The day crawled by. I tried calling my parents, hoping they might remember something, any trips, any forgotten details that could explain the photos. Their answering machine clicked on after a few rings. I left a message, voice shaky but firm. "Hi, it's me. I found some old photos. I think we need to talk." No response. By afternoon, frustration gnawed at me. I grabbed a notebook and began jotting down every detail I could think of, the dates on the photos, the locations, the faces. A few were places I recognized from family stories, but most were foreign. I even tried to match the backdrops with Google Maps street views, but nothing aligned perfectly. Trees were wrong, buildings didn't exist anymore, or their angles were off. I was chasing shadows. Then I found something else. A photo tucked between the others, half hidden. It showed a man standing behind me, blurry and out of focus, but unmistakably watching. His eyes seemed to bore into the camera, or maybe into me. The feeling it gave was different from the others, less nostalgic, more invasive. Like I'd been watched, quietly and carefully. I ran my fingers over the glossy surface, heart skipping. Who was he? Why was he there? And why hadn't I ever seen him before? I needed help. Later that evening, I met with Claire at the coffee shop down the street. She was my oldest friend, practical to a fault, with a sharp eye and even sharper instincts. I spilled everything, the photos, the man, the places I'd never been. She listened quietly, stirring her tea, eyes never leaving mine. When I finished, she leaned back, arms crossed. Have you thought about who would benefit from this kind of surveillance? She asked. If those photos aren't fake, and someone was watching you as a kid, what does that mean? I shook my head. I don't know. But it feels like they wanted me to find those photos. Like it was a message. Claire frowned. Could be a setup. But why? And why now? I shrugged, suddenly tired. The cafe's dim light buzzed overhead, and the rich smell of roasted beans filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. Outside, a cold wind rattled the window panes. We agreed to dig deeper together. The next day, Claire helped me track down some old family records at the local library. We pored over faded newspapers, property records, and city directories. Nothing matched the obscure locations in the photos. No family trips, no events. It was as if those places never existed in my history. But then, buried in a microfiche clipping from 20 years ago, we found a mention of a government project, something called Operation Echo. The article was brief, vague, and tucked away in a back page, but it referenced a surveillance program aimed at monitoring citizens through indirect means. No details, no names. Sounds like conspiracy nonsense, Claire muttered. But maybe it's a lead. I agreed. The more I learned, the more tangled the web became. That night, back home, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The rooms felt smaller, the shadows longer. My phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. Stop digging. I stared at the screen, fingers trembling. Who was warning me? And how did they know? Sleep was impossible. Outside, the wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain and damp earth. The owls creaked, the old floorboards groaning under invisible weight. I sat by the window, watching as the sky darkened further, clouds swirling like a storm gathering over everything I thought I knew. Something was coming, and I wasn't sure I was ready for it. The night stretched on, thick and heavy, as if the darkness itself was pressing closer. Sleep didn't come. Instead, I felt the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay closing in, the old house creaking in protest, the plaster on the walls rough beneath my fingertips. I rubbed my arms, cold and restless. The photographs, the ones from my childhood, showing me in places I never set foot, played over and over in my mind. How was that even possible? I'd been certain they were doctored, manipulated somehow. But now, after reading about Operation Echo, the idea of a simple forgery felt naive. By dawn, I was exhausted but restless, the kind of tired that made your limbs heavy but your mind race. I tossed and turned until the first pale light crept through the blinds and decided I couldn't wait any longer. I needed answers. I needed to know what I was up against. The next morning, I drove to the public records office. The building smelled of dust and old paper, a faint undercurrent of mildew, like a forgotten attic. The clerk, a woman with sharp eyes and a tight bun, watched me as I shuffled through microfilm reels and yellowed files. My hands trembled slightly as I scanned the documents referencing Operation Echo. A covert surveillance program, yes, but its purpose wasn't just to monitor. It was designed to influence, to manipulate memories and perceptions by planting staged evidence in people's lives. I sat back, staring at the screen, the words blurring. Manipulate memories? How? The article mentioned indirect stimuli and environmental triggers, but gave no concrete details. I pulled out my phone, fingers hovering over the screen. Could the photographs be part of this? Were they some kind of trigger planted to alter my memories, to convince me of an alternate past? I felt the weight of the room, the low hum of the fluorescent lights above, and the faint rustle of papers from the next desk. It was real. This wasn't a paranoid fantasy. Something had been done to me. I left the office with a stack of photocopied files and a pounding headache. Outside, the air was sharper now, the rain having stopped but leaving everything damp and cold. A dog barked in the distance, and a woman's voice called out somewhere behind a fence. I pulled my coat tighter, feeling exposed despite the crowd of pedestrians filing past me. Back home, I locked the door and sat at my kitchen table, spreading out the papers. The words blurred again. Names, dates, locations, none familiar, but everything felt ominously connected. The program was real. Real and active. Still, I wasn't ready to accept the worst, that my own memories might not be mine. That my childhood had been rewritten, step by step. The phone buzzed again. Same number. Stop now. You don't know what you're dealing with. My breath caught. The room felt colder, the light dimmer. I glanced toward the hallway, half expecting to see someone standing there. But it was empty. Just the old house settling, or maybe something else. I texted back, hand shaking, "Who is this? What do you want from me?" No reply. I tried to call a friend, someone I could trust, but my throat tightened when I saw the screen. The signal kept dropping, calls cutting out before I could say more than a few words. It was like the house itself was blocking me, isolating me. I sat down, rubbing my temples. The quiet was unbearable. The silence stretched until I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I tried to focus on the files again, but my mind kept wandering to the photographs. Why me? Why those images? And what was this Operation Echo aiming to achieve? Late afternoon, I decided to visit the address on one of the files, a small office building in the city, nondescript and gray. The sky was overcast, the air thick with humidity. The scent of wet asphalt rose from the street as I walked, the soles of my shoes making a soft slap against the concrete. The building's lobby was nearly empty, the fluorescent lights flickering faintly overhead. I asked the receptionist about the program Operation Echo. She blinked at me, then smiled politely. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean." I pressed. "It's a government project, surveillance program. There should be records here." She shook her head, voice low. "We don't have anything like that. Maybe you have the wrong place." I left, the cold air hitting my face as I stepped outside. The city felt different now, sharper somehow, like I was seeing it through a cracked lens. I realized then how much I'd underestimated the reach of whatever was behind this. The denial wasn't just ignorance, it was deliberate. That night, I didn't sleep again. Instead, I paced the living room, staring at the photographs pinned to my wall. I traced the edges with my fingers, searching for signs of forgery, anything that could prove this was all a lie. But the more I looked, the more I wondered if the lie was bigger than I thought. Suddenly, my phone lit up again. A new message, this time short and unmistakable. "You're in too deep. No one can help you now." I dropped the phone onto the couch. My hands were ice cold, my breath shallow. The house felt alive with watching eyes. I wasn't just being followed. I was being controlled. There was no turning back. No escape. I was inside the machine. The line between memory and manipulation blurred until I couldn't trust my own mind. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. The night pressed in thicker than before, like a wet blanket I couldn't shake off. I didn't dare look away from the photographs pinned to the wall. Each one was a fragment of my past, a past I was no longer sure I owned. The more I stared, the more the images seemed to shift, not in reality, but in my memory. I could almost hear the faint hum of a projector, the quiet click of a camera shutter, the scent of old paper curling at the edges. The room smelled of stale air mixed with the faint bitterness of cold coffee I hadn't finished hours ago. My throat tightened. I tried to focus on the details, the grain of the paper, the shadows in the corners of the photos, the way the light hit my face differently in each. Something was off. I could feel it in my bones. But what? The more I searched, the more I felt like I was chasing a ghost through a house with no doors. I paced again, this time slower. The floorboards creaked underfoot. A dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden, then gone. The street lamp outside flickered, casting brief, stuttering shadows that crawled across the ceiling. I stopped and listened, nothing but the faint buzz of the refrigerator and the soft, steady thump of my own heartbeat. I picked up the oldest photo, the one that showed me standing in front of a blue playground I had never visited, at least not that I could remember. My eyes traced the outline of the swings, the peeling paint on the slide. I turned it over, no marks, no date, no signature. Just the glossy surface and the faint imprint of fingerprints. A noise at the window made me jump. I froze, breath caught. The curtains fluttered in the draft, casting strange shapes on the wall. Nothing was there. Just the night, watching. I needed answers. I had to find the source of this manipulation, this invisible hand rewriting my history. But where to start? The photos were my only clues, but they led nowhere. I thought about calling my sister, but even that felt risky now. What if she was involved, or worse, what if she was being watched too? Paranoia crept in, a slow poison tightening its grip. Then, the phone buzzed again. Another message. This time, no words, only a link. I hesitated. My fingers hovered over the screen. I knew I shouldn't open it. But the pull was irresistible. The screen loaded slowly, revealing a grainy video. It was a surveillance feed. My own face appeared, younger, moving through a grocery store aisle I had no memory of ever visiting. The timestamp was from 10 years ago. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I stared, breathless, as the camera angle shifted, tracking me through the store. The footage was raw, unedited. No filters, no tricks. And yet, I had no recollection of this day. None at all. A cold sweat broke out across my skin. If this was real, then what else had been fabricated? How deep did this go? I closed the video and slammed the phone down. The owl seemed to lean closer, walls bending in with secrets. The air was thick, almost suffocating. I needed to get out. Fresh air, a clearer head. I grabbed my coat and keys, slipping out into the night. The cold bit sharply at my cheeks, and the faint smell of rain lingered in the wind. I walked without direction, the city's sounds washing over me, distant sirens, muffled conversations, the scrape of tires on wet asphalt. The world felt both vast and isolating. I found myself in front of the public library. It was late, but the lobby lights were still on. Desperation drove me inside. The librarian, a woman with tired eyes and a knowing smile, looked up as I entered. "Late night research?" she asked softly. I nodded, forcing a smile. "Something like that." She gestured toward the computer terminals. "Help yourself. The archives might have what you need." I sat down, the hard plastic chair creaking under me. My fingers trembled as I logged in, searching for anything related to surveillance programs, memory manipulation, anything that could explain the footage. Hours passed in a blur of government reports, news articles, and forum posts from conspiracy theorists I'd always dismissed as paranoid. But tonight, their warnings felt less like nonsense and more like breadcrumbs leading me deeper into a maze. At one point, a phrase caught my eye: Project Echo. A covert program allegedly designed to influence social behavior through targeted misinformation and staged events. The documents were heavily redacted, but the implications were chilling. I leaned back, rubbing my temples. Could this be connected to my photos? To the video? Was I a pawn in some twisted experiment? A soft voice interrupted my spiraling thoughts. "You're looking for answers," the librarian said, standing beside me. "Be careful. Some truths don't want to be found." I looked up, startled. Her eyes held something I hadn't seen before, a flicker of fear or maybe pity. "Do you know anything about this?" I asked, showing her the screen. She hesitated, then shook her head. "I only know what people whisper. But if you're involved, you're not the first. And you won't be the last." The weight of her words settled on me like a shroud. I realized I was no longer just a curious woman digging through old photos. I was a target. The stakes were higher than I imagined. I left the library with a sinking feeling, the night colder now, sharper. My phone buzzed again, a new message, this time from an unknown number. "Stop digging, or lose everything." The words sent a shiver down my spine. Lose everything. What did that even mean? My job? My friends? My sanity? I pressed on, ignoring the knot tightening in my stomach. I had to know. I had to see this through. Back home, I barricaded the door with the heavy armchair from the living room. The house felt different, smaller, darker, like it was closing in to suffocate me. I paced again, restless and raw. Then the power flickered. The lights dimmed, then went out completely, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, the screen casting a weak glow in the blackness. A new message appeared. "We are watching. Always watching." I dropped the phone. The sound echoed in the silence. I sank to the floor, heart hammering, sweat slick on my skin. The photograph stared back at me from the wall, accusing and inscrutable. There was no turning back now. Whatever this was, this machine I'd stumbled into, it had already claimed me. And it wasn't finished yet. The house was silent except for the faint hum of the city beyond the curtains. I wasn't sure how long I'd been there before I finally stood. The armchair scraped against the floor as I pushed it away, my hands trembling as I reached for the photographs pinned to the wall. Each image held a fragment of my past, or what I thought was my past. Smiling faces frozen in time, places I'd never been, moments that never should have existed. If someone had told me a week ago that my memories could be tampered with, that my history might be a lie, I would have laughed. Now, the laughter was gone. The room felt colder, the air heavier, like the walls themselves were listening. I closed my eyes and tried to picture the last few days, the strange men in the coffee shop, the cryptic warnings, the files I'd found in that dusty archive. It wasn't just about doctored photos anymore. It was about control. Manipulation on a scale I hadn't imagined. I needed a plan. Something concrete. But where to start? Who could I trust? The idea of calling anyone made my throat tight with fear. If they were watching, every word could be twisted. Every move tracked. I settled at the kitchen table with a notebook, the scratch of my pen the only sound breaking the quiet. I wrote down everything I knew, the locations in the photos, the dates that didn't align, the strange symbols I'd noticed scrawled on the backs of some prints. Slowly, a pattern emerged. It was like someone had tried to map my life, piece by piece, but with subtle errors. Errors meant to confuse, to mislead. I closed the notebook and stared out the window. The streetlights flickered like distant candles, casting long shadows on the pavement. Somewhere far away, a dog barked. The scent of rain lingered in the cool night air, faint and refreshing. And then I heard it, a soft knock at the door. My heart jumped into my throat. I hadn't heard any footsteps before. No car pulling up. No voices. Just that knock. 3 slow, deliberate taps. I didn't move. The knock came again, firmer this time. Who else knew I was here? Was it a threat? A trap? I swallowed hard and crept to the peephole. The figure outside was a woman mid-30s, with sharp eyes and a cautious smile. Her hair was pulled back tightly, and she wore a simple coat that did nothing to disguise her purpose. "Hello," she said softly through the door. "I'm here to help." The words felt strange, almost foreign. Help? After everything I'd uncovered, could I believe that? "Why should I trust you?" I whispered, my voice rough. "Because I was like you once. I saw the cracks. The lies. They tried to silence me too. But I escaped. I want to help you do the same." I hesitated. Part of me screamed to slam the door and disappear into the night. But another part, maybe the part still clinging to hope, unlocked the chain. She stepped inside, and the smell of rain damp followed her. Her name was Elise, and over the next hour, she told me things that felt impossible. About the surveillance program, about how memories were manipulated through carefully staged photographs and planted evidence, designed to rewrite lives and control people without their knowledge. Elise showed me a small folder, documents, photos, and encrypted files she'd risked her own safety to steal. The scale of the operation was staggering. Government agencies, private contractors, shadowy operatives weaving a web that ensnared thousands. The more I listened, the more my anger grew, not just at them, but at myself for not seeing the signs sooner. But Elise also had a plan. We would leak the information. Expose the program. Shine a light so bright they couldn't hide anymore. It wasn't going to be easy. They had resources, influence. They could erase me with a few clicks, make me disappear like a bad memory. "But I'm not afraid anymore," I told her. "Not really." The first light of dawn crept through the window as we packed the files into a small bag. I looked around my cramped, dim apartment, my sanctuary turned prison. It was time to leave it behind. Outside, the city was waking up, unaware of the battle quietly unfolding beneath its surface. The air smelled of wet concrete and fresh beginnings. As we slipped into the morning haze, I felt a strange calm settle over me. Whatever came next, I wasn't alone. Weeks later, after the story broke, the world shifted. There were denials, cover-ups, and whispered apologies. Some people refused to believe it, others were horrified. I watched the news, the debates, the endless spin. And with every headline, I felt a little more myself again, a person reclaimed from the shadows. But the photographs? I never destroyed them. They're framed now, not as proof of lies, but as reminders of how fragile memory is, how easily it can be bent. Sometimes, when the light hits the glass just right, I swear I see something else, a flicker of a place I never visited, a moment I never lived. And I wonder, what else don't I know about my own story? The question lingers, restless and unresolved. But for now, I'm living in the truth I've fought for, scarred, wary, but free. The past is still there, a puzzle with missing pieces. But I've stopped trying to force them into place. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing is not what you discover, but what you choose to accept. And I've chosen to keep moving forward. Story 6, Displaced Objects, Unseen Intrusions Unravel. I woke to the shrill buzz of my phone on the nightstand, the screen glowing a pale blue in the dark. I didn't remember putting them anywhere else. On the nightstand, always. That's been the routine for years. My hands searched the pillow and then the sheets, but the glasses were nowhere to be found. I sighed and swung my legs over the side of the bed, feet touching the cold hardwood floor. The room was too quiet, except for the hum of the old radiator somewhere in the corner and the faint creak of the building settling. I stood and shuffled toward the window, pulling back the curtain. The city was just waking up, distant honks, the occasional bark from a dog that never seemed to stop, and the smell of rain lingering in the air from the night before. The apartment smelled different, though, almost sterile. Like someone had cleaned without me noticing. That's when I spotted them, my glasses, perched on the kitchen counter, right next to the fruit bowl I hardly ever use. I frowned, the skin around my eyes tightening. I was sure I hadn't left them there. I never did. The counter was always cluttered, but never with personal items like this. I crossed the room slowly, the floorboards creaking underfoot, and picked them up. The lenses were smudged with fingerprints, but that didn't make sense either. I'm the only one who's ever touched them, or so I thought. I paused, the glasses in my hand, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no voices. Just the faint ticking of the wall clock and the distant roar of the subway beneath the building. I set the glasses down on my desk, a nervous twitch in my stomach. I know how this sounds. Keys misplaced, glasses moved. It's normal, right? People misplace things all the time. But this wasn't normal. Not quite. Later that morning, I left for work, locking the door behind me as usual. The building's security cameras caught me clearly on the footage, me coming and going. No one else. I checked the timestamps twice. No sign of anyone else entering the apartment. The hallway was silent except for my own footsteps echoing off the walls. I convinced myself it was just a one-off. Maybe I'd absent-mindedly put my glasses down somewhere unusual the night before. I told myself to breathe, to relax. But the next day, it happened again. I was making breakfast when I realized my keys weren't on the hook by the door. I always hung them there immediately after coming home. I retraced my steps, checking the kitchen table, the sofa cushions, even the bathroom counter, still nothing. I sighed, irritated. Then I saw them, my keys lying inside the fridge. On the middle shelf, nestled between the milk and a half-empty jar of pickles. I stared at the cold metal, feeling a chill creep up my spine. How did they get there? I hadn't opened the fridge since that morning, and I was certain I hadn't put them inside. I pulled the keys out, the cold biting at my fingers, and almost dropped them. The metallic clink sounded louder than it should have in the quiet apartment. I sat down heavily at the kitchen table, my hands trembling slightly. The faint hum of the refrigerator was the only sound. The air smelled sharper now, a mix of cold metal and something faintly chemical, like the scent of bleach from the hallway cleaner. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here. But the camera said otherwise. I checked the footage again, no one. Just me, walking in and out, day after day. It was like the apartment itself was playing tricks on me. That afternoon, I called my building manager, a man named Howard who was always friendly but distracted. I asked if anyone else had a key to my apartment. He assured me no, that it was a standard lock, changed recently when I moved in, and that only I had access. Maybe you're just stressed, he said, laughing. You've been working a lot, haven't you? I agreed, because what else could I say? I thanked him and hung up. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Not in a way that made me turn around and see someone standing there. No, this was more subtle. Like a shadow pressing against the edges of my vision, a whisper in the silence. That evening, I sat on the couch, the worn fabric rough beneath my fingers, and tried to focus on a book. It was one I'd read a dozen times, but tonight the words seemed to blur together. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, and I reached for it, but it wasn't where I thought I'd left it. Instead, it was resting on the floor, just under the edge of the rug. My breath caught. I knew I hadn't dropped it there. I always put it on the table. I knelt down and picked it up, feeling the smooth cold glass. The screen was cracked, a small spider web fracture near the corner. I didn't remember it being broken. I turned the phone over and over, searching for a clue. Nothing. No fingerprints. No smudges. Just the faint, familiar warmth of my own hands. The house was silent again, the only sound a distant siren wailing through the night air. I sat back down, stomach tight, and stared at the broken phone as if it might explain itself. I wanted to tell someone, but who? My friends all had their own problems. My sister might listen, but I hated sounding like I was losing it. Even I wasn't sure what I believed anymore. I thought of the security footage, the empty hallways, the absence of any sign of an intruder. It didn't add up. If no one was coming in, where were my things going? And more importantly, who was moving them? I felt the first prickling of paranoia bloom in my chest. It settled there, heavy and insistent, like a stone I couldn't dislodge. That night, I double-checked every lock, every window latch. I even moved the furniture around, just to see if anything else was out of place. The apartment smelled of cold air and dust, with a faint trace of something metallic I couldn't place. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the silence pressing down so hard it felt like it might crack the walls. The city outside hummed softly, unaware of the small unraveling happening inside this one apartment. I was alone. Or maybe not. Sleep took me eventually, but it was restless. I dreamed of footsteps in empty rooms and doors that creaked open by themselves. When I woke, the first thing I did was check the nightstand. My notebook was missing. The morning light was weak, filtering through the thin curtains with a kind of reluctant grayness. I stared down at the spot where it should have been on the nightstand. A clean, empty space. There was no mistaking it. I was sure I'd set it there before turning out the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. That much I remembered. But now, nothing. The apartment smelled faintly of damp plaster and something metallic like rust or old coins. I leaned forward and sniffed the air again, all the while running my fingers along the smooth wood of the nightstand. Cold. Unyielding. Unchanged. But still, something was off. I could feel it in my bones. I checked the security footage again, my fingers hovering over the keyboard with nervous hesitation. The camera showed nothing beyond me, no shadows slipping through the hallway, no strange silhouettes lurking just beyond the doorframe. No one. I watched myself enter the apartment the night before, unlocking the door, setting my keys on the small table by the entrance. Then, the slow, deliberate movements as I placed my phone on the kitchen counter. Later, the notebook on the nightstand. I rewound and played back the footage over and over, hoping for a clue, a glitch, a moment of interruption, anything. Nothing. It was maddening. I realized I was talking to myself aloud when I muttered, okay. Think. My voice sounded rough, unfamiliar. I stood and moved to the kitchen, running cold water over my hands. The chill bit through my skin, grounding me for just a moment. I wiped my hands on a dish towel and looked out the window. The street below was still waking up, cars rumbling past, a dog barking somewhere in the distance. Life went on. The city was oblivious to what was unraveling in my tiny apartment. I decided I needed to be more systematic about this. If it wasn't my mind playing tricks, or a glitch in the cameras, then someone was inside my life. Someone careful, patient, and skilled. Someone who knew exactly how to stay invisible. I pulled out my phone, thumb hovering over the Notes app. Gathering evidence seemed like the only way to keep some control. I started a list. 1. Items missing or moved, keys, phone, notebook. 2. Time last seen. 3. Location found. 4. Any unusual sounds or smells. I glanced around the room. The small lamp by the couch flickered once. It wasn't plugged into a faulty outlet. It never did that. The sudden flicker made my skin crawl. The apartment was too quiet, even with the city's distant hum. I called my friend Alex. She was practical, always cutting through my spiraling thoughts with logic. I needed that right now. "Hey," I said when she picked up. Her voice was warm, the kind that made things feel less heavy. "Hey, you sound off. What's going on?" I hesitated. It's hard to explain. Things keep disappearing. My keys, my phone, my notebook. I'm certain I put them in one place, but then they show up somewhere else. And no one's been in here except me. At least according to the security cameras. There was a pause. I could almost hear her processing. "Are you sure the cameras are working? Like, could someone have tampered with them?" I checked. Twice. No signs of tampering, no breaks in the footage. It's like someone's moving my stuff when I'm not looking. Or maybe I'm losing track of time. Have you been under a lot of stress? Anything new going on? Not really. Work's the same. Though, I guess I haven't been sleeping well. But I don't think it's just that. It feels more deliberate. Alex sighed. "Okay. I'm coming over. Let's take a look. Maybe we can figure this out together." I hung up, feeling a strange mix of relief and dread. Alex was smart and skeptical enough to keep me grounded. But what if she didn't believe me? What if I was losing my mind? I started going through the apartment, inspecting every surface, every nook. The keys were still on the table by the door. The phone sat charged on the kitchen counter. The notebook was gone. I looked under the couch cushions, behind the books on the shelves, even inside the microwave. The place smelled faintly metallic again, that same cold, sharp scent that made my throat tighten. I pulled open the drawer where I kept old receipts and random papers. My notebook shouldn't have been there, but there it was, half hidden beneath a stack of mail. How did it get there? I was certain I hadn't put it anywhere near that drawer. My hands trembled as I picked it up. The cover was scuffed on one side, like it had been dragged or pressed against something rough. I flipped it open. The pages were intact, but the handwriting was different, more hurried, chaotic, as if someone else had been writing in it. I froze. This wasn't my script. A sudden knock at the door made me jump. I wasn't expecting anyone. My breath caught in my chest. Slowly, I moved toward the peephole and pressed my eye against it. Alex stood there, umbrella folded, a concerned frown creasing her forehead. Behind her, the hallway was empty, the fluorescent lights flickering softly. I unlocked the door and let her in. She glanced around, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Show me," she said simply. I handed her the notebook. She flipped through the pages, her brow furrowing deeper with each turn. "This handwriting," she murmured. "It's not yours." "No," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We sat down at the small kitchen table, the morning sun casting long shadows across the floor. I told her everything, the missing items, the strange smells, the flickering lights, the footage. Alex listened carefully, nodding occasionally. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair and said, "This is serious. Someone's been here. And they're playing games." I wanted to argue, to say maybe it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew she was right. The feeling in my gut that heavy stone had grown. It pressed harder now. "All right," she continued. "First thing, we set up more cameras. Different angles, better coverage. Then, we change every lock. And I'm going to stay here tonight." Her words were a bomb and a warning all at once. I was grateful and terrified. Later that afternoon, we went to the hardware store. The walls of the place were lined with locks of all shapes and sizes, heavy bolts and chains, electronic keypads. The smell of oil and metal hung thick in the air. I picked up a new lock, feeling the cold steel in my palm. It was solid, unyielding, the kind of thing that promised safety. Back home, Alex helped me install the new locks on every door and window. The process was clumsy, our hands fumbling with screws and tools, but the sound of the locks clicking into place was satisfying. Each click a small victory. That night, with 3 cameras set up, one in the living room, one in the hallway, and one pointing at the bedroom door, we waited. The apartment was darker than usual, the only light coming from the blinking red dots on the cameras. The air smelled faintly of cleaning solution and something else, something metallic again. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, made me flinch. Alex was calm, but I could see the tension in her jaw, the way she kept glancing at the monitors. At 2:14 a.m., the hallway camera caught something, an indistinct shadow, moving just beyond the frame. The image was grainy, but there was no mistaking it. I sat bolt upright, heart hammering. Alex and I stared at the screen, breath caught. The shadow didn't move toward the door. It vanished as quickly as it appeared. I swallowed hard. "Did you see that?" She nodded, voice low. "Someone's here. And they want you to know it." The silence that followed was thick, heavy. Outside, a car honked, tires squealing briefly. Inside, the apartment held its breath. We weren't alone. Not really. The locks were in place. Heavy, new, impossible to jimmy open without a struggle. I tested each one again, the cold steel biting into my fingers, the sharp click echoing in the quiet apartment. Alex was already setting up the extra cameras, her fingers nimble with the wiring and gadgets, muttering about angles and blind spots. I should have felt relief, maybe even a bit of safety, but instead there was this strange weight settling in my chest, like the locks themselves were a trap. Night had fallen outside, the city's hum muffled behind the thick window panes. The flickering hallway light from the corridor bled under the door, casting a weak orange glow into the room. Alex was seated on the couch, laptop open, eyes darting between the screens in the room. I paced, rubbing my hands over my face, the roughness of my stubble prickling against my palms. "You sure you want to stay here tonight?" I asked again, even though I already knew the answer. She shrugged, eyes never leaving the monitors. "Yeah. Someone's been messing with your stuff, right? I want to see it for myself." I didn't argue. It was the first time since this all started that I wasn't alone, and oddly, that made the silence harder to bear. The quiet felt different when shared. Around midnight, I caught myself watching the clock too often. Every tick louder than before. My throat was dry, the stale air thick with a faint scent of the cheap cleaner I'd sprayed earlier. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting it to creak open, or for some shadow to slip through the gap beneath it. 12:30, and nothing. No movement, no strange noises. The camera showed only me entering the apartment earlier, the timestamps precise and unyielding. No one else had come inside. No one. I wanted to believe it was over. But then, the screen flickered. A static wave washed over the feed from the kitchen camera. Just for a second, maybe 2. I blinked, leaning closer. Alex frowned. That's weird, she said, tapping keys to reset the feed. Silence again. And then there it was. The notebook. My battered, coffee-stained notebook, the one I always kept on the desk. It was suddenly gone from the desk and lying on the floor by the kitchen, as if someone had dropped it. But no one had entered the apartment. I swallowed dryly. The pit in my stomach deepened. Did you see that? Alex nodded, eyes sharp. I did. You're sure you didn't move it? No. I would have remembered. She bit her lip, glancing at the monitors. Okay. Maybe the motion sensor missed something? I shook my head before she could finish. The sensors were brand new, set up just this afternoon. I tested every single one. They didn't lie. If someone had come in, we'd know. I felt like I was trapped inside a maze, walls closing in with no exit. I decided to check the apartment myself. Slowly, I moved toward the kitchen, the floorboards creaking underfoot, loud in the quiet. The air smelled faintly of burnt toast and something metallic, maybe the old pipes groaning. The notebook lay open, pages crumpled as if tossed carelessly, but no sign of anyone else. I crouched, fingertips brushing the edges of the pages, feeling the rough paper. My hands trembled. I closed it and stood quickly, the sudden movement making me dizzy. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Back in the living room, Alex was tapping away on her laptop, pulling up the camera system's logs. Look at this, she said quietly, pointing to a timeline marked in red. There's a pattern. Every time your stuff moves, the feed glitches right before. I frowned, leaning over her shoulder. A glitch. Like a blackout? More like interference. Someone's messing with the signal. Her voice dropped an octave, a mix of fascination and fear. I think they're inside your building. Inside my building. The words hit harder than I expected. Not just the apartment. The whole building. I sat down heavily, the couch sagging beneath me. But the cameras in the hallway don't show anyone. Alex's eyes didn't leave the screen. Maybe they don't go into the hallway. Maybe she stopped, biting her lip. Maybe they never leave your apartment. I stared blankly at the screen. The idea was absurd, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Someone close, had to be moving my things. Right under my nose the whole time. Someone's living here, I whispered, voice hoarse. Alex turned to me, eyes wide. You're serious? I nodded, the fear settling in a cold knot deep inside. We spent the next hour checking every possible hiding spot. Behind the couch cushions. Inside the cupboards. Beneath the bed. The apartment seemed normal. Nothing out of place except my scattered things and the growing sense of invasion. I wanted to scream at the emptiness, to shake the walls until they gave up their secret. When I finally collapsed onto the couch, exhaustion hit me like a wave. The city outside was quiet now, the distant hum of a night bus fading into silence. A rat scurried somewhere in the walls, claws scraping against plaster. The air was cooler, smelling faintly of damp and dust. Alex sighed. You need to call the landlord. Maybe there's some maintenance access we don't know about. No, I said immediately. No. That'll just spread the risk. I want to handle this ourselves. Alex raised an eyebrow. You're not exactly playing it safe, you know. I looked away, feeling the weight of the day pressed down on me. She was right. But I didn't want anyone else involved. Not yet. Then my phone buzzed sharply on the coffee table. A heavy silence settled over the room, broken only by the slow, steady drip of water somewhere deep within the walls. Stop looking. It's better this way. The room seemed to close in again. My hands went cold. The message was chillingly simple, but it tore through the fragile barrier I'd built around myself. Alex saw it too, her face going pale. That's not a prank. No, I whispered. It's a warning. I sat there, staring at the phone, the screen's glow reflecting in my eyes. Whatever this was, whoever this was, they knew me. They were here. And it was no longer possible to walk away. I wanted to stand, to run, but my legs refused. The locks sealed me in. The cameras watched every move. The apartment, my sanctuary, had become a cage. Now what? Alex asked quietly. I looked at her, the flickering light casting shadows across her face. I didn't have an answer. But I knew one thing for certain. This was the point of no return. The buzz from my phone against the coffee table jolted me upright. I stared at the screen, throat tight, heart stammering like it was trying to run a sprint it hadn't trained for. A message from an unknown number. Stop looking. You're only making it worse. No name, no signature. Just those words, stark and cold. The screen's light flickered against the peeling paint on the wall, faint, almost mocking. What the hell? I whispered, fingers trembling as I locked the phone and shoved it into my pocket. The apartment felt suddenly smaller, as if the walls had shrunk, closing in with every tick of the clock. Alex shifted beside me. Did you see that? Her voice was low, cautious. I nodded, swallowing hard. Yeah. Someone's watching. Or maybe following. The words tasted bitter in my mouth, like a bad habit I'd never wanted to pick up. She exhaled sharply. This isn't just losing your keys anymore. It's personal. Personal. That word twisted inside me. How well did I really know this place? My sanctuary? The apartment should have been a fortress. Instead, it felt like a cage with invisible bars. I couldn't sit still. The shadows in the corners seemed to twitch, alive with quiet menace. The faint scrape of the rat in the walls echoed like distant footsteps. I wanted to scream, to tear the place apart, but there was no one to hear me. No one except whoever was sending those messages, or worse, whoever was moving my things. Let me see the cameras, I said, voice rough. Alex nodded and pulled out her laptop. The screen glowed, showing the grainy footage from the hallway and entrance. Again, no one entered but me. Nothing unusual, just the dull hum of the building settling, a flicker of the hallway light that barely illuminated the peeling wallpaper. Nothing, I muttered, rubbing my temples. No one comes in, no one leaves. And yet, I gestured to the cluttered coffee table, strewn with my keys, phone, notebook, even the little silver bracelet I thought I'd lost weeks ago. Alex's brow furrowed. It's like someone's inside without actually entering. Exactly. My voice cracked. But how? The doors have no signs of tampering. The locks work fine. I check them every night. She glanced toward the front door, then back to me. Maybe it's not about the locks. Maybe it's about the walls. I frowned. Walls? Yeah. Old buildings like this have all kinds of hidden spaces, maintenance shafts, crawl spaces, old ventilation ducts. Places someone could slip through if they knew what they were doing. The idea churned inside me, impossible and terrifying. Someone living inside my apartment without me knowing. Breathing the same stale air, watching me sleep. The thought made my skin crawl. I swallowed the lump in my throat and stood abruptly. I need to check. Every inch. Alex looked at me like I was crazy. You can't do that alone. It's dangerous. I shook my head. I don't have a choice. The apartment was suddenly too quiet, the silence pressing down like a weight. I moved carefully, flashlight in hand, fingers tracing the rough plaster of the walls. Behind the kitchen cupboards, I found the old ventilation grate I'd never paid attention to. Loose screws. A faint smell of dust and something metallic like rust or old blood. My heart ticked up as I pried the grate open. A narrow, dark shaft yawned before me, swallowing the light. The chill that seeped out made my breath catch. I wanted to call Alex back, to tell her to leave, but my voice stuck in my throat. I shone the flashlight inside, the beam trembling. The air was damp, thick with dust motes swirling in the light. Something shifted. A soft scrape, barely audible. I froze. Hello? I called, voice hoarse. Is someone there? No reply. Only the distant dripping of water somewhere deep in the walls. I reached in, fingers brushing against cold metal pipes and rough brick. The space was tight, claustrophobic. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the need to know, to find out, was stronger. I crawled in, the grate scraping against my back. The smell hit me stronger now, something sour and stale. My flashlight flickered, the batteries dying too soon. Panic flared. I pulled back, heart thudding. Outside, Alex's voice pierced the silence. Hey! What are you doing in there? I climbed out, gasping. There's something. A space. Someone could be hiding. Her face was pale. We need to call the police. No, I shook my head hard. Not yet. If they're watching, they'll disappear before anyone arrives. She bit her lip, then nodded slowly. Okay. But we need a plan. I sat back on the couch, the weight of exhaustion crushing me. My hand shook as I lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around me like a fragile shield. The air tasted bitter, and the apartment felt colder. I looked at Alex. You saw the message, right? Stop looking. Whoever this is knows I'm onto them. She exhaled, voice low. They want to scare you off. And it's working. Silence fell between us, thick and suffocating. Later, after Alex left, locking the door behind her with more care than usual, I sat alone in the dark. The city outside was a blurred patchwork of lights and distant sirens. The rat was silent now, but the apartment hummed with a tension I couldn't shake. I pulled out my notebook, flipped through pages filled with frantic scribbles and half-finished thoughts. Then I noticed at one page I didn't remember writing. The words were neat, deliberate. You're not safe. Not here. Not ever. I dropped the notebook. My hands trembled violently now. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing against my skin, filling my lungs with cold dread. I locked every door and window again. Twice. Then sat back, listening. The silence was absolute. Too absolute. And then the faintest sound. Shadows gathered in the corners of the room, swallowing the last traces of fading twilight. I wasn't alone. Not really. My breath caught. I reached for the phone, but it was gone. I was trapped inside my own apartment, with someone or something watching, waiting, and playing a game I didn't understand. The night stretched on, endless and suffocating. Every creak in the floorboards, every whisper of air through the vents, felt like a countdown. I needed to find out who, before it was too late. The faint sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. Silence returned, but it felt different now, like the space itself was holding its breath, waiting. I sat perfectly still, the notebook lying face down on the coffee table, words I hadn't written staring up at me like a threat. My hands were slick with sweat, trembling too much to pick it up again. The air was thick, stale with the smell of cold metal and dust, and beneath it all, the lingering scent of something faintly burnt, like an overcooked candle wick. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breath, but the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, seemed to shrink around me, walls inching closer. I thought about calling Alex back, but my phone wasn't on the table. I'd left it on the windowsill earlier, but now it was gone. My pulse skipped. This was no longer just about misplaced items. Someone was in here, or had been. The security cameras showed nothing, but they couldn't be wrong all the time, could they? I started to doubt everything, my memory, the cameras, even my senses. I leaned forward, fingers tracing the edge of the notebook. The handwriting was too neat to be mine, too composed. It wasn't the scribbled desperation I'd filled pages with. Whoever wrote that had been watching me for a long time. But why? What was the goal? To unnerve me? To push me out? Or something worse? The city beyond the window pulsed with life. A distant dog barked, sharp and lonely, breaking the suffocating silence. I forced myself to stand, legs weak. The apartment felt foreign, each shadow a potential hiding place. I checked the locks again, each one clicking into place with a stubborn finality. The chain lock was bent slightly, subtle enough I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't been looking for signs. I moved to the kitchen, the cold linoleum under my bare feet rough and unforgiving. Opening the fridge, I found the usual, a half-empty carton of milk, a tired bunch of kale, a jar of pickles. Nothing out of place. But the faint hum of the refrigerator was suddenly oppressive, a constant reminder of my solitude. Sleep was impossible. I sat on the couch, notebook back in hand, flipping through pages and trying to find meaning in the chaos. Then I found a folded scrap of paper I didn't recognize. Tucked between pages, it read, "Look outside." Now! My breath caught. I knew it was meant to unsettle me, but a strange part of me obeyed. I pulled aside the curtain just enough to peek out. Across the alleyway, an open window glowed faintly in the night. A figure stood there, still and watching. I blinked. The silhouette was too vague to identify, but it was clear someone was looking back at me. I slammed the curtain shut and backed away, heart hammering so hard it felt like it might burst from my ribs. I tried to reason it away. Maybe a neighbor, maybe a trick of the light. But the image stuck with me, heavy and accusing. The next morning, exhaustion held me hostage. Coffee tasted like ash, the mug too cold even after reheating twice. I tried to sleep it off but found myself awake before dawn, staring at the ceiling, counting the seconds between the silent ticks of the wall clock. Every creak of the building, every distant car engine felt amplified, as if the city itself was conspiring to remind me I wasn't alone. I called Alex first thing. Her voice was sharp, concerned. "You need to get out," she said without hesitation. "For a while. Let me keep the apartment safe. I'll check the cameras again, triple the security." I wanted to argue, to say I could handle it, but the tremor in my voice betrayed me. "Okay," I said finally, the word heavy and bitter. Packing was a strange ritual. I stuffed clothes into a bag, each folded item a silent promise to return. My keys, finally accounted for in the jacket pocket I hadn't worn in days, went into the bag last. I left the notebook behind, face down on the table, as a warning or a surrender, I wasn't sure. Outside, the air was crisp and sharp with early spring. I inhaled deeply, the city smells of wet asphalt, car exhaust, and blooming trees filling my lungs with a strange relief. I locked the door behind me with deliberate care, the click echoing in the empty hallway. Alex's apartment was a refuge of normalcy. Light filtered through sheer curtains, the scent of brewing coffee warm and familiar. She greeted me with a hug that was more protective than friendly, her eyes scanning my face for signs of what I was not ready to admit. Days passed. The disturbances ceased. My belongings stayed where I'd put them. The security camera footage revealed nothing unusual beyond me entering and leaving. No one else on the footage. No strange shadows, no unexplained movements. But the damage lingered. I found myself double-checking locks, jumping at every noise, my mind replaying every detail, every misstep. I realized I'd been invaded not just physically but mentally, my sense of safety eroded by something unseen. The notebook's threat echoed in my thoughts, a reminder that safety is often an illusion. I started therapy, something I'd resisted before. Talking helped, not with answers, but with grounding. The therapist didn't dismiss the possibility of an intruder but also helped me untangle the knot of paranoia and reality. I learned to question my assumptions, to recognize when fear twisted facts. Months later, I moved. A new apartment, with better locks, better lighting, a new start. The small items, keys, phone, notebook, found their places and stayed there. I never found out who was behind the invasion or why they chose me. Maybe I never will. But the experience changed me. I became more cautious, yes, but also more aware. I learned that sometimes the scariest things are not the ones you see but the ones you imagine, the cracks in your own mind where fear grows. And sometimes, the only way to reclaim your life is to leave what you knew behind and step forward, even if your hands still tremble.